Good evening, everybody. Today is September 23rd, 2021. The time is now 6:34. Personally, I apologize for running a few minutes late. We have some citizens out there that wanted to talk about the district and a number of subjects, so I took a few moments to speak to them. I saw my colleague, Mr. Clark, engage in a conversation as well. But most of our business, which we will discuss in a very public setting, will take place today at this dais. However, we have some matters that we have to discuss in a confidential, what we call an executive session. And what that is referring to, and I apologize if you can't hear me with this mask, but what that refers to is that the law says that in certain matters relating to the employment of individuals, contracts, negotiations, that sort of thing, lawsuits, that we sometimes have to go into executive session where we just speak amongst ourselves because those matters cannot be discussed in open session. So I am told that in the spirit of that law, that we have a couple of matters that we have to go into executive session on. The first relates to a contractual matter, negotiation matters. Additionally, we have to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the terms and conditions of a particular employee. And I think that pretty much covers it. Does it not, Council? That was the first one, collective negotiations. So I need a motion from one of my colleagues.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Adams.
Can I ask a question before
Yes, you
we
certainly
do a
can.
vote? Or make a comment about going into executive during the board business meetings when we have families that are coming to do their presentations, both from PLAC and BEC, that we're mindful that our parents are taking this time to do these reports and have these meetings and generate these minutes, so that I'm always going to support we go into executive session, but not when we have parents waiting to give their reports, because they're not paid to be here. We all are. So I just want to say that before you all vote.
Well, we don't, that's a good suggestion. We don't have to go into executive session. I think that's a fine suggestion. And so long as there's some support for it, I don't have any objection to hearing from our parents first, our parent groups, and of course our student who I don't think is here. Yeah, so we don't have to save space for our student. But yeah, let's go. Unless there's some objection, let's go ahead and hear from our parent groups first.
President White, we
Yes.
have a motion on the floor, so you just need to address that.
Okay, well, okay, let's go ahead and take a vote then. All
I
those
offer to withdraw the motion.
Okay, since Commissioner Malloy made the motion, she's withdrawing it. That motion has been withdrawn. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. All right, so let's cut the formalities and make sure that we address parents and students first, the groups. Why don't we begin with PLAC? Is PLAC here? Representatives from PLAC? How about the Bilingual Council? All right, come on up. I want to thank my colleague. I want to thank Commissioner LeBron for that suggestion and my colleagues for endorsing that. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So why don't we go ahead and hear from the Bilingual Council. PLAC, for those of you who don't know, is the Parent Leadership Advisory Council. I think that makes a lot of sense. So why don't we go ahead.
Can I start?
Mm-hmm.
Good evening.
That
Good
makes a lot of
evening.
sense. So
I am Tibet Garcia, the Vice President of the Bilingual Council. The Bilingual Education Council is made up of bilingual representing and advocating for the educational rights to a quality bilingual education for our students. In the district, the council continues to actively advocate for the equity in the bilingual education and supporting the needs of our students and families during the pandemic. The BC Executive Cabinet coordinated the BC election back in June 2021. Our officers' slate includes Nicaudi Sanchez, parent from School 28, as the new president of the BC. Excuse me. Myself, Yvette Garcia, parent from School 35, as the new vice president, and Angelica Perez Delgado, Ibero representative, and the secretary, and Joanny Aldon. Parents from Monroe as the assistant secretary. Mirna Gonzalez will remain as immediately past chair as the part of executive cabinet and will support our transition of our new officers. The new officers have begun the process of updating the bylaws and will move forward to present them to the board in October 2021. In September, the BC, in partnership with the Office of Parents Engagement and Bilingual Department, training all parents, representatives, and new officers. We are missing one school representative from School 9, 12, 28, Wilson, and Edison. We have no parents representative from School 33, 35, Monroe Lower, or East. The BC bylaws and MOU legally require that each bilingual school principal have 2 parents representatives as part of the Bilingual Council. In addition, it's important that each bilingual school have 2 BC representatives to help advocate for the needs of parents and students in those schools. On September 9, the BC meeting was hosted by Zoom, and we have over 20 parents participating. Rochester City District representative present on My Vision, pre-K registration, school of choice, placement, and parents had opportunity to ask questions. The BC had requested representative from transportation, but no one was able to attend. We continue to be concerned that the district repeatedly engaged parents with very little notice in order to obtain their feedback on important matters. Parents expressed an overwhelming excuse me.
All right.
Concerned with communication of COVID-19 protocols and transportation issues. The process of gathering parents' feedbacks does not allow the time for planning meaningful engagement of parents with limited English proficiency. The Council is also requesting an update of the hiring process of the schools 17, 33, and 12, and now the BC will be re-engaged. We are coordinating with the bilingual department to provide feedback on a hiring and restatement of the executive director, and are pleased that these resources has been restored as required by BC bylaws. We will also like to schedule the annual walkouts for bilingual schools. Our next meeting has been moved to Saturday, October 16. The Council, in partnership with the Office of Parent Engagement and Ibero, will host and send of Hispanic Heritage Month with a celebration at the International Plaza from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. In partnership with the county, we will have vaccine clinic on site and Rock SOS, and University of Rochester, we will be on site to provide school supplies to families. The event welcomes everyone, and we hope to see you all there. That concludes our activity report. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I have a couple of questions, not of the person who reported, but just in terms of, to the superintendent.
Sure.
Madam Superintendent, how supportive is the Office of Parent Engagement to the Bilingual Council? In other words, I read the report and they indicated that they have some vacancies in their council, and if I'm correct, they have vacancies on school-based planning teams, according to the report. How helpful has the Office of Parent Engagement been in helping them to identify parents?
Vice President Elliott, I can't answer relative to the past, but that's something when I meet with Director Khadija that I'm going to discuss. She's been out and just for a significant amount of time. And so I will have that conversation with her, and that's on my prioritized list to see how they might be able to help coordinate those efforts or get the word out to parents and caregivers that these vacancies are open.
So if she's out, how is the department functioning?
She's back.
Okay, all right. Because it just seems to me that office can be really assertive in supporting parents, and I just don't hear a whole lot about Office of Parent Engagement.
Okay.
And I think that, in a time like this, we really need to have that office to be as supportive of our parents during this time, and I'd like to see that happen. To the point, let me just say to the board clerk, I would like to have the Office of Parent Engagement to make a presentation to the ESA committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the superintendent? I see Mr. Binns is here for plaque. Mr. Binns, can you hear us? Why don't you go ahead and give your report?
Yes, I can. All right. Thanks, everybody, for having me here. I'll start with the good. Good grief. Sorry about that. After a challenging first week, my daughter's bus situation finally stabilized. On day one, she was an hour and a half late getting home. On yesterday, she was actually 10 minutes early. So from my individual perspective, at least, things are getting better with our transportation crisis. There are still some kinks to work out, and PLAC is working to bring these to the transportation department as we become aware of them. I'd like to send a shout out to Mike Schmidt for staying on top of things and not trying to sugarcoat the situation. I think everyone appreciates that. I had the chance to network with some concerned parents before the school year started. The point of the meeting was to attempt to identify some key issues to focus on when, inevitably, the city school district was thrown into some crisis. We were assuming that the next crisis would be directly COVID-related, having to do with a surge in cases, but we were blindsided by the issues with transportation and bus drivers resigning en masse. The point I'm trying to make is that we knew there would be a crisis. It's just how things seem to work here. The big question everyone wants an answer to is this: how do we get past that and enable a smoothly running school district? Informed and engaged parents need to be a part of the answer. We held our first general membership meeting last week, and we had over 40 people in attendance at one point, including members of the Board of Education. While we realize that the support of the greater community is important to the success of our group, we're going to institute some new rules going forward. Anyone who isn't a parent of a scholar in the district will be encouraged to submit questions or concerns via email. PLAC meetings are a place for parents to talk. One of our goals for this school year is to continue educating parents about their rights. At last week's meeting, we dove into Policy 1900, the district's parent engagement policy. Unpacking that and working with the district on compliance is a major goal moving forward. Our next executive and parent advocate meeting will be October 4th at 6 p.m. Thank you for the time, and that is all I have for tonight.
Any questions for Mr. Binns or comments? Unfortunately, I have to take Mr. Adams, go ahead.
So I do have a comment. I just wanted to say that I want to piggyback on the comment you made in reference to Mike Smith. He's really making a difference out here in this community. And, you know, I just feel committed to piggyback on your comment and just give him kudos for that, man. I really appreciate your effort, Mike Smith. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Anybody else? How were you moving towards the, Commissioner Malloy?
I'd like to second what Commissioner Adams has said. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
And of course, I mentioned it last week. Wayne Kittleberg. I know Mike and others in this community really appreciate the work that Wayne put in. And if he didn't hear me last week, I think I made some comments about his good work. I hope someone shared them with him. Mr. Binns, since you're still on the camera, I want to, again, as I have previously, I want to thank you all for your work. It's difficult work, and you know, sometimes we're not going to agree, but we'll be a better district with you all serving the community as you have. And I've said that before, and I will continue to say that. And one of the other things that I would note about the current rendition of PAC or plaque is that you all are truly more organized. No offense to the good folks that came before you. You folks are truly well organized, and you know what you want to have done. So again, I want to repeat what I've said previously. We appreciate your work, and though on occasion we may have disagreements, your work is appreciated and respected. So there's a couple things that I didn't take care of, and I apologize to my colleagues for doing that. Again, when I get stopped coming into the building, my mind turns to the conversations that we had. We didn't even do the Pledge of Allegiance. So we have to do that. We have to play a little catch up, and then we'll talk about executive session. So, Mr. Schmidt, since you seem to be the focus of a lot of comments, Mr. Schmidt, Mike Schmidt, since you seem to be the focus of a lot of people's comments and concerns, why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? That put him on the spot or what? Flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Also, you know, we generally have a moment of silence. I won't give one of those long harangues, which I'm known for doing, but these are usually important subjects. I do want us to take a moment of silence for those folks at the border, particularly those Haitians who are suffering all kinds of inhumane treatment and suffer from circumstances that most of us, even our most darkest hours, don't really appreciate. So I hope we can spend just a few moments thinking about them. And also I heard on my way in that somewhere in Memphis, Tennessee, there was a shooting involving a Kroger's a supermarket. And as always, when we're confronted with gun violence, we wonder when this nation will not have to look at these kinds of headlines. So if you all could just give a few moments for all those folks that I've just referenced and those folks that I did not have the opportunity to reference. Thank you very much for taking that time. The agenda also indicates we should do a roll call of board members. Madam Clerk, will you call them out, or?
I took care of it, no worries, but I did want to highlight that since you took the parent reps, wondering if you can take the two speakers before we go into executive session.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, we can do that. Let me finish up with, well, I'll tell you what. We'll take the two speakers, and then you also have to do your upcoming board events, right? So we'll do all that before we get to your prior motion, Commissioner Malloy, going into executive session. All right, why don't you go ahead and call the speakers.
Okay, we have two speakers with us tonight who are joining us virtually via Zoom. Our first speaker is Lashana Boos, who is a parent in the district, and she is addressing the board regarding transportation. Lashana, are you there? Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker while she gets connected to audio. The next speaker is John Bliss, a staff member who is addressing the board. Oh, wait. Okay, we're going to go ahead with Lashana now then. Lashana, you have 3 minutes whenever you are ready.
Thank you so very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lashana Booz, and I am a longtime resident of the city of Rochester. I have a 15-year-old daughter who has been receiving transportation since she has started public school. Since the start of the school year, like many parents, I have faced transportation issues with my child's bus stop being assigned to a high crime traffic area on the corner of Dewey Avenue and Clay. As I have done over the past several years, I've reached out nearly 2 months ago at this point to the district's transportation department to request that my daughter's bus stop be evaluated and assigned to the past bus stop, which is in a safer segment of my neighborhood. Because I have not yet received confirmation of the change, which has been honored in the past, I decided to email the transportation department to see if anything had been done, and then promptly received a denial from the chief of operations with no explanation of the decision. This denial makes me overly concerned as it demonstrates the overwhelming lack of concern for student safety. My understanding is that the requested change does not impact the overall path or route of my daughter's assigned bus. In fact, it's less than 0.2 miles away from Dewey Avenue, which this community knows is plagued with high crime, gun violence, gang activity, and drug activity. Not to mention, it's right next to a known drug spot. I'm very concerned, not just for my child, but every other child who has to catch the bus at that particular location. And approximately, I believe there's 5 children. Arranging a bus route in this city is not just about convenience, but it is also about prioritizing the safety of our children. The decision made that demonstrates a concern or lack of concern, in my opinion, for the safety of our children, and it's purely convenience. This district receives millions of dollars to provide transportation to our students. As noted in the Transportation Policy 8400, the district is able to grant exceptions to address special conditions which might reasonably render the route of a particular student who has exceptionally hazard or unsafe stop. The stop that I am referencing is unsafe and is very hazardous. I understand that we are in a transportation. However, it is imperative that we guarantee the safe passage of our students who are currently assigned transportation. Why do our children have to be subject to gun violence, crime, and drug activity while waiting for the school bus? Just last night, there was a shooting at this location that has been assigned to my daughter to catch the bus. The district should be accountable for making poor decisions that impact our children and put our children in danger, and it must be corrected immediately. In addition to my request, I'm asking that this bus stop be changed, but also to review and audit the transportation department and its practices of assigning routes to students that are safe so that they can wait in a location that is safe for them, because we as parents should no longer accept the poor decisions that are being made as it pertains to routing and busing our students to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Booth.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. I'm now going to welcome our next speaker, Mr. John Bliss, a staff member addressing the board on the topic of how to get better results to improve student outcomes. Mr. Bliss?
Yes, I'm hoping you can hear me okay. Thank you very much. I'll just read this. My name is John Bliss. I'm a 5th grade teacher in the district. I'm here to offer help. As a young teacher, for many years, my students performed at suburban school levels. This was done in a class that had 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders in it. After leaving the district, I founded a highly successful charter school. It was a place that provided students and their families support beyond any that I've ever seen. The school was basically an extension of their family. Since returning to the district, my students have continued to excel. I'm confident they and their parents would fully support me in this statement. I'm a longtime city resident who believes that most students, parents, and others in the community know what needs to happen to improve our schools. Unfortunately, our voices have not been able to change the status quo. And as a result, schools today are really no more innovative than they were 30 years ago. In fact, I believe we've gone backwards. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can dramatically improve student outcomes, but it will require system change. Action, not words, are needed. I know you guys have heard this before. I have a short list of suggestions that will improve the district. I'm willing to share these at a future board meeting or any other meeting that you'd like me to attend. You decide. I would only need 10 to 15 minutes to share them. I will provide you these lists in advance if requested. I'm certain those who hear the recommendations will agree with them. I hope you give me a chance to share them publicly. I am very, very confident that they will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bliss. We appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you.
President White, that does conclude the speakers for tonight, but we did miss our student reps report, and I assume she's waiting on Zoom.
Good evening. We're not used to seeing you out in the cyber world, but welcome.
Hello. Nice to somewhat see everyone. My name is Anaya Simmons. I'm the president of the Student Leadership Congress, and this is the official report for Student Leadership Congress's latest planning meeting from September 22nd of 2021. On our agenda, we had SLC updates, a youth forum on district transportation, a district-wide wellness space, and SLC schedule for the upcoming school year. SLC updates. After the previous school year ended, SLC officers and staff have been focusing on hosting student forums and recruitment efforts. These efforts include in-person school recruitment, emailing, and delivering flyers to schools. We encourage principals and teachers to recommend students interested in civic engagement and change-making to come to a session. After hearing the district's uncertainty about the beginning of the school year due to transportation issues, SLC hosted a forum to get student feedback, suggestions, and opinions around the district's initial decision to revert to online schooling. Students among all grades were upset, disheartened, and felt unheard with the sudden switch to virtual learning. Superintendent Meyer Smalls, along with other district staff, were on the call and able to address and answer some questions that students presented. Fortunately, many students are pleased with the school year's reopening and that it was only slightly delayed. Some students still have questions and concerns. Some of those questions consist of why the option of virtual learning was tossed for students who benefited from the independence. Another concern comes from athletes who are still without buses for many of their sports games and practices as well. Over this month, I have been meeting with Ms. Crystal Clark and Ms. Elizabeth Reyes in the charge of student social and emotional learning to work on a personal project about how we can better utilize school campuses for students' mental and emotional well-being. This idea is still being developed, and I will continue working with the Department of Student Services at this time. I, along with the SLC advisors, have been planning the meeting schedule for the rest of the year. We will be sending out our proposed schedule to the Congress for general approval. The proposed schedule would meet every third Wednesday afternoon with both in-person and virtual options as available. There would be an option for students to choose the fourth Sunday in every month as an alternative option for the Wednesday date. Once this is passed through Congress, we will send the board our schedule. For this month, I have no comment on any board resolutions. On behalf of the students, thank you and happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Alia, Ms. Wade, you have some upcoming board activities, district activities you want to discuss?
Yes, we do. I'm going to ask for that to be pulled up. Before I do so, I just want to highlight the fact that the board is utilizing you'll see, the public will see throughout this meeting that the board is utilizing 100% board docs. That is a system that has been implemented as part of the state monitor action items. It allows the board meetings to flow more structured and allows for the rollout of our resolutions process in a much more streamlined fashion. So the public is able to join us by viewing our scoreboard. It does show wherever we are on the agenda, as well as what resolutions the board is considering at this time. So I did want to highlight, if persons are interested in our agenda, please visit the board docs website. You can access it through the board's tab on the district's website, and you'll be able to see exactly what it is the board is talking about. We also share the scoreboard on our Facebook Live and our YouTube streams. So, okay, I'm going to pull up order.
As she does that, the system that she just described to our public, how it looks different to you as you watch us on these screens, is we're going to be looking at these big, huge monitors. Like you said, the masks are bad enough, but monitors cut off our faces. But we need these monitors as they provide us a multiple, various views of documents and things that we might have to consider. Also, it saves on a lot of trees. Back in the days when we were meeting as a board, we would have lots and lots of documents that we'd have to shuffle through and figure out. With the board docs, everything being on the board docs, everything is right on our fingertips, but it's in the cyber world. So we're saving a lot of money. And then it's just, you ready?
Yes.
And then the other thing I'll say before she begins her presentation, none of this would have happened without our clerk, Ms. Wade, who was a believer in the gospel of board docs long before I was. And I appreciate her diligence in making the system happen. So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just sharing the upcoming events for the Board of Education in the month of October. October starts next week. We will be having our Policy and Audit Committee meetings on October 5th. They will convene independently of each other, one after the other, and so we encourage the public to join us at 5:30, and then subsequently after the Policy Committee meets, the Audit Committee will meet. ESA Committee will convene on the 12th, Finance on the 19th, and we are celebrating this month Hispanic Heritage, and there will be an observance before or monthly business meeting of that. So we encourage persons to join us at 4 p.m. for that observance, as well as our Yes We Can award, where we will identify a school that has been doing really wonderfully. Then we will have our business meeting following at 6:30 p.m. You may view the Board of Education calendar by viewing the calendar on the website, and we encourage folks who are interested in participating on the board through being a parent representative to continue looking at our parent representative tab in the Board of Education site on the website. We also are encouraging those who are interested in speaking to sign up to speak by registering on the day of the meeting at noon and calling us or emailing us at boardofelducation@rcsdk12.org. You may also submit your comments to that email address as well. That concludes the events.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Appreciate, again, your work keeping us organized. Yes, Commissioner Powell?
I would just comment that that second slide shows committees that are recruiting for parent representatives. It does list the policy committee, but we recently filled that with Reverend Kelly Spar.
Last academic year, the board agreed to have 2 parent representatives to committees, so there is one position still available, as there is one available for the others, even though we have some do have parent representatives currently there. So if persons are interested in being the second or the first, we encourage folks to visit our website and to fill out the application. Governance committee is also accepting parent representatives at this time as well.
Thank you. All right. Now, Commissioner Malloy, back to that original motion you made. We need a motion to convene an executive session. I previously described to the public what that's about. In this particular occasion, we need your motion, Commissioner Malloy, as we wish to discuss employment related to the status of particular employees, as well as collective bargaining discussions. And we might, as a result of those conversations, also have to speak to our general counsel. So you're going to make that motion?
So moved.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of going into the executive session for the purposes that I described a few moments ago, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Looks like the ayes have it. Are we going to electronically vote?
Yes, the online voting is able to accept your votes at this time.
All right. For you people watching, again, this is another element of us moving into, we're waiting. What's happening is we're looking at these, again, big screens as our clerk is sending us an electronic ballot. I don't have it.
Somehow. Can you send it again? Um,
All right.
Madam Clerk, are we doing the?
We are
approval?
now back in session. I want to thank everybody for their patience. We decided as a board that might be a little bit easier as we process the agenda if we looked at some of our executive session stuff earlier rather than later. Traditionally, in the past, we looked at it at the end of the agenda, and it presented some difficulties in terms of moving through the agenda. This way, we talk about those things in executive session, and then we're usually able to vote on them. But there's some other preliminary matters that we have to take care of first. As I look at the agenda, we have to approve a number of our minutes. For those of you who aren't familiar with this kind of parliamentarian process, you have minutes that are taken during prior meetings, and you have to have them approved. And we have a great staff that records what was said at prior meetings. So this part of the meeting, we are going to have those prior minutes approved. So, Madam Clerk, can you just record the vote rather than having us record it on? Will that be okay?
Yes, I'll take the vote off.
That might save some time. All right, first I need, well, I'll tell you what, I need a motion to approve the minutes from August the 17th, September the 3rd, September the 5th, September the 14th, and August 26th. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
I think I heard Commissioner Powell and seconded by Commissioner Clark. Is that right? All right. All those in favor of approving the minutes as just described indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I was absent on August 26th and I believe September 14th, so my vote will be no on those.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you recorded those noes? You all set?
Repeat the days. I know the 14th is what you said.
And August 26th.
And August 26th. Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is board reports. We have reports from ESA, Finance, and HR. ESA, that would be Vice President Elliott.
Okay, as I'm trying to get on
Actually,
online, but
is it okay to have potentially Carlene do the report for the finance while Commissioner?
Oh, yeah, if you need some time,
because
yes.
I have a new password that I'm trying to look for.
Okay, all right. Commissioner LeBron, you want to introduce Carlene?
Yes, thank you. So just to remind everyone, we have voted to do the Finance Committee of the Whole every other month with, in between time, having our CFO present the report to the board and to the public in exchange for not having Committee of the Whole in full. So at this time, I'm going to present our Chief Financial Officer, Carlene Pierce. The mic's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, Commissioners, Dr. Jallo, Superintendent Dr. Myers-Small, and Dr. Nelms. It's a privilege, as always, to stand here before you, and an absolute privilege to serve the children of our CSD. Will my presentation be up? Okay. All right, so as you're aware, this evening we're going to be reviewing the August month-end statements. And again, we will start on page 5 of the cash flow as usual. And as we're pulling that up, I just want to say that you probably noticed as you were going down through the cash flow and what you were seeing there, it's a little bit of a sticker shock as we moved from July into August. And again, when we have that pulled up, we'll go to the far left-hand side of the cash flow document, and you'll see what we're talking about.
Tom, can you switch screens for me?
Okay, so again, we're going to be in the second column over, the one that is highlighted. And my eyes aren't quite that good, so I'm going to pull up my copy sheet here. Okay. So what you're going to see in that column underneath the title of August is that you're going to see the new norm for the district. And what I mean by that is that when we started the month off or the year off in July, you'd see the bottom line there for this year of the cash flow of $128 million. When you take a look at where we are now at the end of August, you see a significant dip going down to $88 million. And the reason being, and I'm sure that we're all reminiscing here as far as what happened, but that's because of the fact this is our new norm, as I stated. This is us without the RAN, or having the safety net of the RAN in there. Last August at this time was when we brought the RAN into the district, and that then became our safety net to ensure we could make it through the year with a solid cash flow to stand on. And so now what you're going to see is we're returning to the norm, where we're starting to gear up with regard to getting our vendors back, working with them, and you're going to see increases in payroll expenditures as well as, again, those contractual expenditures. So with all that said, we have to kind of reinvent ourselves, because we had a year last year which was kind of a false read, as we kept saying, with regard to our cash flow. It was higher than what it would have been. So now as we're moving back, this is going to, again, once again, I say, the new norm. If you go on to slide number 6, again, giving a different perspective or visual, it becomes imperative that we start watching this, again, because we do not have that RAN to fall back on. So if you start looking at the months of early, we'll say early December and then early March, it's going to be critical points in our cash flow cycle to keep an eye on that, because of the fact that that cash flow does dip so low. And again, this does not yet have SRSA or ARPA in the mix, but once we start getting the expenditures realized through SRSA and ARPA, we will start overlaying that with our normal business operating cash flow to make sure that we do not slip down into the red. So again, we just need to be extremely cautious and practice our discipline in spending habits. If we move on now to page number 9, what we're going to see here is that in our special aid fund, you're going to see the $45 million increase in the special aid fund in revenues coming in. That does absolutely tie right back into the SRSA money that was approved, and so it was recognized as a revenue in August. As you take a look into your appropriations or your expenditures, same. Just want to say that there's nothing really here that I want to point out at this point in time. We're still early in the school year. The one thing that I would want to say is kudos to my colleagues, because as I'm listening in different meetings now, people are coming forward and they're actually saying if there's going to be an unplanned expenditure, they're actually having the discussion, where's the money going to come from? And I've seen that happen with position control, people asking the question, how are we going to fund these positions? And so to me, that's a celebration. Because of the fact it's a change in mindset, you have a discipline that is being instituted and people are starting to adhere to it. It's becoming part of our culture. I just want to take a quick second here to go over to the budget transfer. It's on page 14, be the first page of the budget transfers. Use 1 minute time frame here for a little PD. You're seeing, again, pages of these budget transfers coming in. And one of the things I just wanted to share with you is that how would I recommend that you take a look at this report, or how can we best utilize this report? If you take a look at the org code, the organizational code, and if you're seeing that that organizational code is the same between where the money is coming from and where it's going to, if that code is the same, it's a non-issue for me, because all it means is that department is using the money that they've already budgeted within their department or within their school, and they're just shifting money around. The issue is when I take a look at the org code, and one code is one department, and then we have another code in another department. And I have to sit there and say, why is that happening? Because part of my job is to properly align the expenditures with the budget codes. And if it's moving from one department to another, why did that transfer have to occur? So about midway down the page, you're going to see one such example, and I think it was in the amount of $50,000. But when I looked at it, it was like, okay, it's a non-issue for me because of the fact that it was moving from instructional supplies over to custodial supplies, which tied directly back into COVID-related expenditures. So again, that's a non-issue, but if you want to look at that in the future as far as how that report is being used, that's just a little bit of a tip there on the best way to use it to your benefit. The last part that I had, or a last thing that I want to say today, was just that within my cover memo, There were only a couple of expenditures that stood out from a standpoint of CIP. It's just normal business. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer your questions at this time.
No, I was just looking around.
I actually have a question. You don't have a question? Okay. Just very quickly, Carleen, on page 14 of 31, so thank you for your presentation, but also that really mini PD around looking at the codes to make sure that they're within the same budget. So I don't know if this is a question for you or for the superintendent, but I just noticed that in some of these budget lines, for example, I think this is slide 14, the code is 73116, which is the chief academic officer. So I'm gonna imagine that this is under that department, but in here, there is a code for 72616, which is Equity Inclusion Curriculum Program, but that code is further down. And really what kind of caught my eye was really the travel in of district and travel out of district, and wondering if this is for one person or multiple people. But then also, why would Equity Inclusion Curriculum Program also have their own travel? But then they're included up here for professional and technical services. So I'll give an example. Out of the Chief Academic Officer tab where this is located at, Equity Inclusion Curriculum Program for professional and technical services has $75,000 that it was taken out of. It says negative $75,000. But then there's also professional and tech services further down for another $5,000. So I'm just kind of confused. What are we paying for? Who's paying for it? But why that budget item line is there? Does that make sense?
Ron, I was having technical issues, so I'm just getting back in, so I'm trying to.
Oh, I know. I think Glenn going through.
Page 14.
Is that something I can circle back on? Because it's going to take me a minute just to get in, if you don't mind, unless.
I can help out.
Okay.
So with regard to the travel within district, we have had a habit in the past of having centralized codes, and we did the best that we could this last budget season with eliminating those central codes and making sure that the dollars were actually placed in the budget of the department it belonged to. This is one of those codes where that did not yet happen.
Okay.
And especially when it's going to be a new department, such as the chief academic officer, it was a new allocation. It's a contractual obligation that we have for in-district travel. So basically, every department that has anyone traveling between buildings or whatever needed to have that money put in there. It's something that will be taken care of, so I appreciate you drawing that to everyone's attention, because it's one of those centralized office codes, needs to be eliminated. The money needs to go into the department where it's going to be recognized and expended from.
Okay, but so thank you for that, because I did ask about travel in district. I didn't know what that meant. But just the professional and technical services, why is 72616, which is Equity Inclusion Curriculum Program, listed right on top of professional and tech services for 73116 for the chief academic officer? I mean, and that's $100,000. So, but then if you go further down, 1, 2, 3, 4 tabs, there is an Equity Inclusion Curriculum Program also listed that also says professional and tech services there.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
look,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What I'll have to do is I'll actually have to get in behind each of these transfers, and I can put it into the board log.
Do you want me to
and
put in the
then-
board
yeah,
question
yeah, and I
log?
can look it
Okay.
up. Again, if it had
I
to
can
do
do
with the
that.
establishment of a brand new department, then all we're trying to do is shift money over to that, and which was the case with some of these departments that you're seeing in here now. They didn't exist previously, and we needed to establish those budgets, and we're building them piecemeal, if you will, to make it usable for this school year.
Okay.
I can't say that that's absolutely the case here, but I believe that that's what it is.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's
But
all I have.
also that, Commissioner LeBron, that equity, inclusion, and curriculum, that position reports to Dr. Black, and that would be Nicole Haynes. So that is an expenditure, and as Carleen was saying, that's a newly designated area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you all set with your Finance Committee report? Yep. Next is ESA. Vice President Elliott, you ready, or?
having to read this off of my phone, but due to technical difficulties, but I'm okay. We can make it work. Yeah, I'm good. The Equity and Student Achievement Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, September 14th, 2021. The board considered several human capital initiative resolutions during the meeting related to the appointment of individuals to district positions and resignations. Superintendent Myers Small provided a transportation update as well as an driver's absences and the impact to route times and transportation delays around the district. Finally, Dr. Myers Small indicated the solutions that are being utilized to combat the challenges faced and shared a call for interested persons to apply for open bus driver positions with the district. And I'll just reiterate that. We do need more bus drivers, and so if you qualify, please come and speak with our Human Capital Initiatives Department. The Chief Academic Officer, Kathleen Black, reviewed the lessons learned from the 2020-21 academic year of the district's guiding principles, what to expect for the 2021-22 academic year as it relates to the program and initiatives, and provided an update to the committee in relation to reopening from an academic perspective. Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, Dr. Janelle Morris, provided an update on the district strategic plan. She reviewed the development of such a plan is essential for our district and how the plan came together. She also reviewed the plan's core components and the impact that COVID has had on the context of the work. Finally, she highlighted the strategic plan goals and target linkages and reviewed the steering committees and progress monitoring. The next meeting of the Equity and Student Achievement Committee is scheduled for Tuesday, October 12th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. That concludes that report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any questions for Vice President Elliott on the ESA report? All right, you next have HR Committee report.
Thank you again, Mr. President. The Human Resources Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. During that meeting, the board considered a gift acceptance resolution for the donation of 50 bicycles from Conkey Cruisers for students at Dr. Walter Cooper Academy School number 10, Enrique Fermi School number 17, and Abraham Lincoln School number 22. The board remains grateful to Conkey Cruisers for their generosity. The board also considered several human capital resolutions related to the appointment of individuals to district positions, resignations, and terminations. The bulk of the remainder of the HR committee agenda was dedicated to the discussion of transportation updates ahead of the start of the new school year. Superintendent Myers Small presented a brief status update related to the bus driver shortage and health and safety efforts. Following this, the executive cabinet was excused to continue working on addressing the challenges faced. Chief of Human Capital, Dr. Christopher Miller, also provided the committee with a staffing update. He noted the current state of staffing in the district, the operational and instructional vacancies, and shared what is being done to recruit new staff and retain current staff. Finally, he shared a call for persons interested in the bus driver and or substitute positions to apply to the district, and concluded with the next steps for the Human Capital Department. The last agenda item was for the consideration of board meeting format following the governor's executive order that resumes the provision of virtual board meetings. Ultimately, the committee decided to remain meeting in person for the foreseeable future. The next HR committee meeting is scheduled for April 5th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. And that concludes the HR report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions for Vice President Elliott on our HR report? And then finally, there is the President's report. You all have my calendar. I want to thank Francine Scott for keeping that. I realize I'm a difficult person to keep up with, and she does an incredible job keeping my calendar in check. So thank you, Francine. One of the things I wanted to highlight is we resumed the practice of leadership meetings. I want to thank Superintendent Leslie Myers-Small and her staff and our staff for reinstituting these meetings. Essentially, as my colleagues know, these are meetings where we go to the schools and discuss with principals, the senior management team, some members of the senior management team, and the superintendent about what is happening. Now, the Distinguished Educators Report didn't have too many positive things to say about this district. One of the things he did say, and I'm very proud of this fact, is that he liked the leadership meetings. Unfortunately, COVID had an impact on leadership meetings like it did on everything else. So we weren't for quite some time going out to the schools and interacting in these leadership meetings with the principals. But that has resumed, and again, I owe thanks to the superintendent, her staff, and of course, our clerk, Ms. Wade, and I know Ms. Scott is probably working on those things as well. I was not, because of scheduling difficulty relating to my calendar, which this wasn't Mrs. Scott's fault, my email address, the wrong email address was given, and so I was not able to attend because I had other commitments. The first leadership meeting at number 19 school, thankfully Commissioner LeBron, and I believe that's her school, and Vice President Elliott, as always, was there, and I want to thank them for their presence, and I understand that was a very good meeting. I was able to make the next leadership meeting, and that was at number 28 school, and I want to thank Commissioner Powell. That is her school. As always, it was a good discussion speaking with the principal there and the staff there, and as I say to everybody, you always are learning things on this job. I learned something from the senior staff about something that apparently is common practice in the district. Oh, yeah. And I want to thank Ms. Wade for being a great National Enquirer photographer. She caught my cheating on Bridget with a parrot that got loose in the, I guess in the library at number 28 school.
We had the pictures just on the screen just now. You missed it.
It was a lot of fun, and we learned a lot. And again, for example, at number 28 school, we learned some of the things that are happening in the district, including the best practices. So I am very, very glad that we resumed our leadership meetings, and I look forward, and I hope they continue beyond the point that I'm no longer on the board. And then finally, I want to note, I invited Superintendent Leslie Myers-Small to my office. Many of you know it's a 4,000 square foot facility, a landmark property, was once the property home of Susan B. Anthony's lawyers. And the reason why I invited her by my office is I wanted her to check out the exhibits that we have on display there, because I'm, of course, familiar with the RCSD Takes Over and that initiative. And I indicated to her that when I leave the district, obviously I want to maintain my connections with the district. And one of the ways that I saw that we could do that was through RCSD Takes Over. And that initiative, you all know, she goes to different, the district has students go to different spots throughout the community where they can learn and grow. And I indicated to the superintendent I really want to make sure that Grove Place is what I call it. The Selden Mansion affords students an opportunity to learn about the rich civil rights history in the United States and the city of Rochester. So that concludes my report. No questions for me, I assume. Next item on the agenda is superintendent's reports. We're going to begin with Dr. Myers-Small.
Thank you, President White. Good evening, commissioners. To all staff who are here and any visitors, as well as those who are watching on YouTube and Facebook. I have a few things that I'd like to share relative to my superintendent's report. Certainly, we had a very exciting start to the school year, and you can just getting into classrooms, getting into schools and different offices. It's just a very joyful time. Students, staff, and families alike are very excited to start the school year. Just as a reminder, as a support to families, we have our Back to School Guide, which contains a lot of good information. Also want to remind families about the daily health screening at home for their children attending the school district, and there are Sunday reminder calls. And again, just as a reminder that students do have the opportunity to be tested for COVID-19 weekly right at school. It's a preventative measure to help keep our students, schools, and staff safe, but it is completely voluntary. Consent forms can be downloaded and accessed at your child's school, and they're posted on the website, but they also can be accessed at the school. As far as support for staff, just as a reminder that we have our return to work guide, and that's available on our website. Just as also as a reminder to staff, please remember to complete your daily health screening questionnaire. You're required to submit this screening daily, and schools do have kiosks available right at the entrance should staff not have computers or if they forget to complete that prior to coming to work. Just as another reminder, proof of vaccination, vaccinated staff who voluntarily presented their confirmation of vaccination needed to do so by Friday, September 3rd. If you did that, you're not required to participate in weekly COVID testing. Staff who present confirmation after this time will continue to test until their status is confirmed by the Human Capital Office. If a vaccinated individual does not provide proof for any reason, the individual will be required to participate in weekly COVID-19 testing. Weekly testing will take place outside of the school day or the work day and may be completed in any local Walgreens pharmacy. Just a brief enrollment update. You'll notice that we did a year-to-year comparison of our enrollment, and we have increases, you'll note, in kindergarten, grades 9 and grades 10, but there are decreases in grades 1 through 8, 11th, and 12th grade. And those who are not aware, I do send updates every Friday to the Board of Education in the Friday letter, informing them of what our current enrollment status is. Transportation update. All students who have not been placed on a bus route should be placed on existing routes no later than September 30th. That is our goalpost. Families will receive phone calls and a letter from transportation next week. Just have to reiterate that driver resignations and absences still do cause challenges for the Rochester City School District. We average about 20 per day. This situation certainly is exacerbated by continued vacancies, resignations, and retirements. Today, 5 resignations from drivers occurred at First Student and 5 from Ontario and 1 driver retirement from the Rochester City School District. There has been no impact as of yet from the governor's decision on CDL licenses, but we are optimistic and hopeful that it will have a positive impact in the near future. Our transportation team also met with the Monroe County Clerk earlier this week, and I know Commissioner LeBron mentioned this, and we have plans in place to expedite the DMV process for our drivers. Safe Passages Initiative, as we do have more students who are walking to school, I want to thank the Office of Strategic Community Partnerships led by Kelly Briggs. She's been working with our school chiefs and principals that are impacted by the increase in walkers. We are aligning partnerships and volunteers to assist with walking bus routes. We've also met with faith leaders to solicit additional help with walking bus routes, and we're attending the Stop the Violence seminar in March on September 25th to solicit volunteers. We are very excited that on Wednesday, September 29th at 10 a.m., we will celebrate the renaming of school number 3 with the new name of the Dr. Alice Holloway Young School of Excellence. We were able to plan the renaming which coincides with her 98th birthday. So that is very exciting. So we are looking forward to celebrating the renaming and celebrating an individual who has made significant impacts, not only in the Rochester City School District, but in our community and our state and beyond. Those who are not able to attend or who are not invited, it will be live streamed and available for all to see. And we will be maintaining COVID-19 safety guidelines. As far as our scholars are concerned, we have a free PSAT and SAT day. And we know that this exam is required, this test, for those who are going off to college. It's not mandated, but certainly it provides opportunities for students to understand where they score in varied areas. This PSAT and SAT are given to students in grades 10, 11, and 12, and it will happen on Wednesday, October 13th. As we know, the PSAT helps to get students prepared to take the SAT. Not only taking the PSAT and the SAT affords opportunities for scholarships and to help prepare them for college. We want to uplift the Rochester Teachers Care. It's a monthly video series from the Rochester Teachers Association, and it highlights the exemplary work and dedication of our colleagues in service to our students. This month's video highlights 6th grade teacher Gia Vallone and special education Molly Bianco from School 8, and they were part of a group of teachers and paraprofessionals who participated in a door-knocking campaign. The goal was to engage with families and discover how schools could provide additional supports as we move towards the opening of school in September. We had 9 members from RTA and the Rochester Area Association of Paraprofessionals. They canvassed neighborhoods, knocking on over 4,000 doors to make connections with families and with students. So we thank our staff from School 8. We also had a Golden Apple Award winner. So this has commenced with News 8. The first winner this year is Kelsey Flanagan, who's a 6th grade teacher from School 34. She was nominated by her mother, who describes her daughter as having a big heart and being an inspiration to her students. Principal Donna Ray Johnson helped with the surprise and describes Kelsey as someone who really loves and cares about students. And as I conclude, I just want to say thank you. And if I don't want to mention individuals because I will miss someone, but thank you to everyone who has helped over the past days and weeks to just care for our children, to support our families, and to help make what certainly has been challenging at times as far as transportation or just the transition back to brick and mortar attendance. I want to thank all those, certainly our staff and our families who have worked to help make our students feel included and to welcome them joyfully back to school. That concludes my superintendent report, President White.
Yeah, why don't we begin down here, Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. In the conversation about transportation, I'm thinking about the parent who signed up to speak at the beginning of our meeting and the loss of door-to-door service. I assume this was a high school student, but maybe it wasn't. Is it possible for us to contact the neighborhood PAC tax to get some support for, adult support around the bus stops in the morning pickup and afternoon drop-off in those areas that are believed by the community to be dangerous?
That's something I can take a look at.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams, do you have any questions or comments? Vice President Elliott? Commissioner LeBron?
I do. I have a couple. Just want to, when we're talking about this walking route and the safe passage, I just want to remind us all that we just kind of sprung this on families and the impact that that's going to have. But I'm particularly concerned that it's 9/23. You mentioned getting buses situated by September 30th. But I just needed some clarification. Is this everyone who lost transportation will have a bus September 30th? Or are you speaking of the special ed students who still are pending transportation? So some clarification around that. I just want to, again, remind folks, I know folks know that today's September 23rd. It will be winter in no time in Rochester. We're just a winter-heavy city. And I'm concerned about these walking routes. And the lack of relationship, too, that we've also had in the past with the city. I'm hoping that changes with new leadership coming in. But oftentimes, I will tell you, sidewalks are not plowed. And we're going to have kids walking on the street to get to school because we don't have sidewalks that are plowed throughout routes that they're going to be taking. But I'm also concerned for kids who are asthmatic. I often share my own personal life experiences, having to walk a kid who has chronic asthma, and how during heavy winters or even a change in the weather could trigger an asthma attack in my child, where I wouldn't be able to take not one but both my kids because I could not afford to be out of work because this child was in the hospital, and the impact that that has on children's attendance. So are we taking into account like those scenarios for winter, what we're going to do for families, the fact that the streets are not going to be plowed, and what the impact that's going to have on attendance, and then ultimately on our students' academics?
I'll start back at the top. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Unless we don't have the accurate information from a parent, then the number is down to 130, and those are the students who we should have transportation for. So, but remember, we do have the evolution of drivers calling in, but that by the end of September, our goal is to have the remaining 130 students covered with transportation. As far as the winter coming soon, it could come as early as next month. We know with Rochester weather. Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis did reach out to the city with the transportation team and uplifted the fact that sidewalks do need to be plowed, and that conversation has commenced, and we'll continue to have that conversation. And then you mentioned students who are asthmatic. If students do have, even if they live under, but if they have a medical condition, then that is accommodated with like a medical note and things of that nature.
For absences, there would be an excused absence for them. Is that
So
what you're
you
talking
asked
about?
I thought you asked about transportation.
Yes, but I was also referencing to the fact that it's going to impact their attendance, but ultimately academically there's going to be an impact there. And like, what are we doing as a district? Because I am concerned that there's going to be consequences to all of these decisions, ultimately academically on children, after we have kept them out of schools for over a year and a half. The other thing that I just want to bring up now is the enrollment numbers. You do submit those to the board every week. We get them in your Friday letter. I know you presented them today, but I'm concerned about the enrollment numbers and the shifts that has been happening. I know we still have kids coming in. I'm not understanding the trend of kids leaving in massive exodus, but what impact that's going to have on our budget.
Agreed. Thank you.
No questions. I too wanted to talk very briefly about the enrollment. You're keeping track of enrollment. I just want to say that that is a very positive, I think, insightful measure of our success or failure. And in the past, I don't think many people were paying much attention to it, other than to say, oh, you know, our numbers are down, so let's right-size the district. That's one thing to look at, but you're looking at it a little bit differently. By monitoring how many kids are coming in and how many kids are going out, it's sort of measuring it as not as a measure of what we need to do, but the measure of our success or failure. And I just want to say, I think that's a good key performance indicator of the district, and I'm glad that you are referencing that in your weekly letter and in presenting it today. So I want to thank you.
One of the things that's going to be really important, President White, as we move forward, and I've been able to focus a little more time and attention on this, but we really are going to work very diligently relative to recouping students from charter schools, private and parochial, as well as urban, suburban. So that is another important, excuse me, measure that we're looking at. So enrollment is important.
And then one other just quick observation, and I think sometimes in the context of this challenge that we have with COVID, we forget to recognize the difficult environment that you and your staff are operating in. And it is very easy for people to make judgments about what the district is and is not doing. But I just want to recognize you and your staff. We frequently, my colleagues and I frequently do note your success or recognize the things that you're doing well. But in the context of the challenges, I want people to remember, you probably as a superintendent have inherited the most difficult time to lead. To lead with the challenges of COVID, this is uncharted territory for most folks. So while the execution has not been perfect by any of us, I think people need to remember that when they're judging us as a district, but I'm specifically speaking about you and your team, I think they need to do it in the context of COVID, which is an unprecedented event in our nation and our city's history. And so I wanted to say, when people look at this last year and a half, I hope that they give you and your team credit for having navigated uncharted territory. And I know that has not been easy, and sometimes we congratulate you and we say, job well done. Sometimes people are critical, and understandably so, but I think always we should remember, this has never, ever happened to any other superintendent in the city school district. And you and your team should be commended. I'm not even saying congratulate, because we're not, no mission accomplished, but you and your team should be commended for having dealt with this challenge. And by the way, not having quit and left. We've had that happen as a district. And you know, somebody one time said to me, Bill Johnson one time said to me, man, when you get a superintendent card, you can do anything. It doesn't make any difference how successful or whether you are a failure or not, you can go to another district. Well, we've seen that happen in this district, and you and your team could have said, screw this, I'm going to try someplace else, and you didn't do that. And I just want to recognize it. Your performance should be evaluated based on the very difficult, unprecedented challenges that no other superintendent has had to deal with. So I wanted to recognize that. So thank you for that.
Thank you, President White.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Dr. Nelms?
There it is, a yes. Oh, thanks, Dr. Myers-Small, please. All right, good evening, Commissioners. I will be brief and direct. I want to just, first of all, thank everyone for a smooth opening of schools. Just welcoming, let me go right there. Opening day was a huge success. I want to start by thanking the Transportation Department. I know Mike got a lot of accolades already, so I'm going to also share that with Wayne Kittleberger and all the folks who worked late nights and weekends to make sure that kids got to school and all throughout RCSD. So thank you so much for your work. We continue to monitor arrival and dismissal times and asking parents to continue to be patient if students get home a little bit later than usual, but you know, it's a ripple effect. If we send a bus late out of East and it impacts the next school, so together we're working to ensure a quick and seamless transition home. The next is just to say thank you and welcome back, and thank you our beautification team for welcoming staff and scholars by displaying and celebrating our great diversity and inclusivity. If you walk the walls of East, you'll see flags everywhere. You'll see motivational posters and wall quotes. We knew that kids were going to come back after 18 months or so of not being in school in person. We also were excited that this is the first time in our entering 7th year at East that we had access to the entire building. Every year, a third of the building is taken offline for a 2-year renovation, and so when the kids came back and scholars came back, they got a chance to see the entire school. In fact, one kid asked me in the hallway, he said, Doc, did you guys build on in addition to the school? And I had to pause, I know what he was talking about, and then I realized he was walking on the E-wing and the F-wing, 2 wings he hadn't seen in over 4 years. So the entire building is open, it looks great, and we're hoping that phase 3 will allow us to expand and address some of the other structural and academic issues within the building. I want to also just take a moment to, these are some examples of some of the beautification that's in the school. Periodic table of African Americans. If you look really close, you'll see for each periodic element the history of an African American who had a prominent impact in our community and what their contributions were. And again, you'll see these signs and posters all throughout the school. But we get back to the academic parts also, and it's really important to remind our community and our staff that the 6 tenets for demonstrable indicators from the state remain a priority for us. Listed, you'll see this, each tenet is how we are, as a receivership school, are judged on our performance. System and organizations, school leadership, curriculum instruction, social emotional learning, and parent and community engagement. And so as we re-enter school in person, I just want to remind all of us that we have to stay steadfast on making sure that the academic outcomes are also a priority. And it's been a challenge, which I'll speak to in a sec, in trying to address some of the culture and climate issues, as well as addressing the academic issues, but we are focused and determined to get back to where we were pre-COVID. I want to thank, there's been quite a few visits to the school. Recently we had the Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie come. He was brought to the school by Assembly Member Damon Meeks just to discuss neighborhood and community school models and to talk about the curriculum and ways in which the work could be looked at, studied, and perhaps shared throughout the state. We were also joined by Regent Ruth Turner, UR President Sarah Mangelsdorf, and Peter Robinson and Josh Fairman from the Intergovernmental Office at the U of R. It was great to have our Registrar, Kyle Crandall, who also serves as the President of the Neighborhood Association for Beechwood, as well as an RTA rep, as well as Senior Gregory Tucker, who's in our TLI program, which is the Teaching and Learning Institute. It's a program that prepares students for a life in the education field, post-high school, for them to share candidly their experiences and opportunities for growth moving forward. As we toured the building, we were able to show the speaker the new dental clinic. Just to remind the community, we have 2 dental chairs that will be that are permanently placed at East and managed by the Eastman Institute of Oral Health. We have a barbershop. We've worked with Welly Lightfoot and the Barber and Cosmetology Union here in Rochester, and they'll have a host of barbers, Wade and others, coming through and teaching kids the art of barbering, as well as the health clinic, which is a full-service health clinic, and we hope to extend those hours of the health clinic into the evening to expand our community school model. So I just want to thank those for Damon Meeks for bringing Carl Hastie and Ruth Turner to the building. It's a bittersweet slide here. We are saying goodbye to our principal, Dr. Tanya Wilson, who will be moving on to the Fairport Central School District as their deputy superintendent. She'll be starting that role next week. And we wish her well. She has done a tremendous job as leading the lower school, grades 6 through 8 at East, and having a intense focus, laser-like focus on academic and instructional growth, but also culture and climate. But we're equally as excited to bring Lee Wingo to East as our new lower school principal. For many folks, Lee has great ties in this community. He is community raised and born and bred, and you see that when we walk through the building as on his tour through the final interview. I think every single custodian and or security officer knew exactly who he was, and so we're excited to have him come and bring his expertise and credibility and insight to help him make us ever better. It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we have been celebrating all month. I want to thank Assistant Principal Maicanita Perez. She keeps the Hispanic heritage community and culture at the forefront of everything that we do. If you visit the East website, we are highlighting local individuals who have had an impact in our community, many of which are former East graduates. And so the list is long and deep. And the person on the top left is a former East student who owns a Tacodero food truck and restaurant. He went through our culinary program and gives back to East quite often. And on the bottom right is a former RCSD employee who you all probably recognize, Rosa. So That was, we continue to celebrate, and tonight was a Hispanic Heritage Month celebration at East. It was a small community that was tied to our open house, but from all the pictures I received in text, it was a hit. And so I want to again thank Mike Anissa Perez and the bilingual team and parents for organizing and establishing a great event. People were socially distanced, and we follow all the protocols for COVID. It's been a really busy weekend. You guys know this is fall, so we have fall sports. We have a ton of sports, and I want to just highlight a couple here. Cheerleading is back. Football is going well. The team is playing well. I encourage folks to come out and visit all of our football teams and cheerleading and tennis and track, all the sports teams. Please get out and support the students. It's very important that they see the support of our fans and our parents. We were actually visited by the class of 1972 East football team. A few members came out from the 72 and 71 teams and had a chance to sit with our families, cheer on the school to victory, and as well as get honored at halftime for their work. Athletic Director Eric Robinson has done an incredible job bringing the community east and east to the community and tapping into our alumni network. In fact, we just hired for our JV girls basketball team an East alum who was part of our state championship team some decades ago. So we continue to expand our alumni base. And last but certainly not least, I know I spoke to Dr. Meyer-Smalls about this in depth the last few evenings, as well as the school board and my weekly update. Parents, I'm asking, begging, pleading for you to make the schools aware of any unresolved conflicts that may have started before COVID, during COVID, or since the beginning of the school year. It's critically important that we have the opportunity to work with our counselors and social workers to address some of the anger that's unresolved and encourage students to not result in physical fights. I'll be honest, there's been a couple, and every single issue that we've had did not begin since the beginning of school. These are conflicts that started well before school started. And so we really, really, really need parents and students to use counselors, social workers, teachers at East, use your family group, Karen, and make us aware of the incident so we can reestablish the culture and climate that continues to make us successful. If parents or kids and students are not comfortable telling an adult just yet, because you may not know them because it's early in the school year, we encourage you to use the Let's Talk feature. It's on our front page of the East website. It's an anonymous feature. You select the area of need or interest or concern, you type in the response, and the response goes directly to the administrator's cell phones. And we have a tracking mechanism to know how long it took for the call to come in or the note to come in and how long our response was. So I guarantee parents, if you use the Let's Talk feature, we will look into it. If it's anonymous, we cannot reply to you because we don't know who it is, but you do have an option to leave your name if you choose to. So use however it is. If it's Messenger on Facebook, just let us know. Give us as much information as possible so we can intervene proactively. And I'm going to ask the board to consider in the future potentially reestablishing relationships with organizations like Pathways to Peace. I call them out specifically because they were very impactful in helping us the first few years deal with conflicts in the community. These are folks from the community. But if this is an agnostic request. It could be another organization doing similar work, but I just wanted to say that with the last 18 months of us being COVID, we are seeing an increase in gang-related activity and potential issues, and I think it's something that we can't ignore. It will have an impact on attendance, academics, but most of all, school culture. And we have to catch up. Academically, we can't do that if kids are in crisis. And that concludes my report.
Any questions?
Just a comment, President White, just for those who are listening. Dr. Nelms and I recently met, and now that we're in brick and mortar attendance, it really opens up additional possibilities for us to, partner, to further our partnership as far as really making sure that this is a high-quality school district and that we have high-quality learning experiences, social emotional experiences. So you'll see as we move forward additional ways that we are partnering to make sure that we're a unified front as we move forward to impact Rochester.
Thank you for that comment. Commissioner Powell?
Yes, at the risk of sounding as clueless as a student who had never seen wings E and F. I don't remember there being an F wing. I do remember there being 2 D wings.
Yep, there's 2 Ds, E and an F.
So there's still 2 D, didn't get renamed when they were, when we had the chance?
No, I didn't rename it.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
Oh,
Yes, Commissioner Adams?
I would just like to say that I support Dr. Nelm's recommendation that we kind of maybe take a look at reinstating Pathways. They were a very effective group, did a lot of good work. It got disengaged. But we need to take a look at something like that, because the honest thing is that there's issues going on in the district. There's unnecessary fights that probably could be avoided. We need your support about your kids. I'm talking to the community. We need your support. We need all hands on deck, man. And with that being said, I'm not the one to beat you in the head with a whole lot of stuff. It's just we need your support to the parents, and I'm one. They need my support.
Dr. Nelms, on the issue of Pathways to Peace, any requests for those funds would, of course, have to come from you.
Absolutely, yep.
So if you or Dr. Meyer-Small believe that is necessary, you'd have to make that proposal, and of course, make sure that you could do it within your means financially. But with some of this federal government money, you would think it would be available for that purpose. So, please, if you think it is necessary, bring that proposal, again, explaining how that proposal can be done within your financial means. Yes, Commissioner LeBron?
So I wasn't aware that Pathways to Peace was disengaged. I will say that Pathways to Peace used to be a very strong program. I'm not personally confident that it continues to be a strong program. And I think if they were such a strong program, they would be dealing with some of the violence that we are seeing in the city. So if they're not effective in the city, I'm not confident that they're going to be as effective in our schools. But I thought that, because I do remember that this came up in, it was 2019. We had a conversation about it, actually right in this very room, but it was a different setup. We wasn't at the dais, around even MBK dollars being used for Pathways to Peace. And I thought that there was some transition with the dollars being shifted over there. I remember Ray was here. I just want to understand what happened with that shift. I thought MBK grant dollars was also supporting that program in our district. What happened to that?
We still do have Pathways to Peace in the district. And I know that what I'll do is I'll just ask Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis to elaborate on that, but it is still viable, because if you remember when we transitioned from having SROs to those remote teams, Pathways to Peace is a part of those teams. But I'll have Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis elaborate.
Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, and Commissioners. Yes, we still have Pathways to Peace. We actually have 5 members that we partner with. They work out of the Student Support Services. They're part of our remote support team. They have different schools assigned to them with different days, but if they are needed in a different school, then they're deployed to that school. But we still have them, and we did add additional Pathway to Peace members in the ARP. So that is still in existence, and it's a strong partnership that we have.
Clarification then, they're not at East?
So they are not assigned to one particular school. They're now part of our student support services. They do have different schools that they go to different days of the week.
But is East one of those schools that they're going to?
We service all of our schools. They might not be housed at East all day. So if East needs one of our remote support services, there is a protocol that was established and shared with all the principals through the networks and through the chiefs for them to access our remote support services, which includes not only Pathways, but it includes a member of the Center for Youth, which we also have partnered with. It includes members of Mr. Shepard's SSO team. It includes a social worker. It includes counselors and behavior specialists. So it's a comprehensive remote support team, and depending on, we assess what the issue is at hand, and then we deployed different members of those remote support teams. We have currently 3 remote support teams.
Okay, so just for clarification then, Dr. Nelms, can you just share like what your request then is specifically for East?
Yeah, so I think going back to 2019, when Pathways to Peace was at its full model, they had more full-time employees, and there were more full-time employees assigned to the district. And I believe at this point, many of the employees are half-time. And so there's less coverage. And what I'm saying is, if 3 years ago, Pathways of Peace, the model would have been perfect because we had culture and climate across the district. Kids knew the adults, the adults knew the kids, and you could sprinkle it throughout. What I'm advocating for is for us to look at, again, maybe it's just unique to East, but look at the data to show that there are a number of issues that are arising right now. And the way to get ahead of that is to increase the services. Like I said, it could be agnostic. It can be any program that's effective in the city. But my concern is that by the end of October, if we don't address this now, we're going to have a lot of long-term suspensions, a lot of issues with discipline that's going to be hard to recover from. And so my request to the board is that as Leslie and I continue to work and look at funding, you may get requests from us, or you will get requests from us to expand how we respond to some of the issues that have reached us. So I want to give you a heads up. This is more of a preemptive conversation about the need, and then we'll follow up with a detailed plan.
All right, I just want to follow up very quickly on the comment around the city making the decision to make the positions part-time, which was my argument in 2019, that it was going to decrease the effectiveness of having good quality people who are, connected to the community stay in those positions. I would just want to uplift the fact that we have pushed for a number of years as a board around restorative practices, and that, I have not seen restorative practices be supported and implemented across the district as strongly as it should be. So I would like to also recommend that that's looked at. I'm not going to be supporting students. I get that there are some issues with both gang violence and mental health that our kids who have been out of school for 1.5 years have been dealing with and addressing. But I would also argue that we knew that there was going to be some mental health impacts, and that we needed to be prepared around the mental health services that are going to be needed for our students too.
So I just want to clarify, Pathways for Peace is not part, I don't know how you're referring to part-time, because they are here 5 days a week, and they do have the regular school hours. So if school's open, Pathways is here. We actually, the contract that came to the board just a couple of weeks ago for Pathways, it actually has 35 hours a week. So we have amplified the contract. So it's not a part, I just want to make sure, part-time to me would be like, 20 hours or less than that.
So just for clarification, last that we knew, the city of Rochester cut Pathways to Peace employees to 20 hours a week. So if these 5 individuals are getting 35 hours a week, that's because we're paying for them to be 35 hours a week.
Yes.
The city does not employ full-time Pathways to Peace gang specialists anymore.
We are. We have them here. If school's open, they're here.
Thank you.
So my request is going to be that 5 is not enough. We have more than 5 high schools. I'm not saying one has to be at one school all day, but for those who knew in 2018-19, there was when gang violence was high at that point also, there were a number of individuals who were trained and very successful. Again, if it's Pathways of Peace or some other organization, I'm just saying that the schools are going to need support moving forward and urgently to address some of the conditions coming in. So I probably shouldn't have mentioned Pathways of Peace. I should have just said we need some intervention, and we're going to be requesting folks for interventions that will support students who are coming to us with trauma. And then I also agree with you, Commissioner LeBron, that restorative practices is important and it's essential and it's the more sustained model. But in the short term right now, because you got to have relationships in order to grow that out. You got to know the kids, and I mean, quite frankly, a kid said to me the other day, "Who are you?" And the reality is, doesn't know who I am. If it was a kid that I had seen for 3 years, they would have known who I was. So that's going to take some time. Masks don't help because you don't see people's face and smiling. You don't see, the interaction being sincere. And so we have just some things to overcome. But in the short term, my comments, I don't want to get lost, is that there are some issues that I did not predict coming into the school year. I knew kids would have issues from the community, but there are some very serious things that we can talk about another time. Some very serious things that happened in the community over the last 18 months that involve kids who are now seeing each other for the first time when they enter school. So if we had beef in the community and something happened with my cousin and your cousin, and now I finally see you for the first time, that's what we're dealing with. And so, kids are coming from all over the community into schools, and they're bringing some of the issues that preceded the opening of school with them. So we can talk about those in details later on with some of the data, but it's just I want to be clear to the community that we need help, we need support, and they can start by letting us know if they're aware of a conflict that may blow up in school. If we can have that information, we can intervene in a constructive, productive, restorative way, and to avoid, law enforcement being involved. But there are some very serious issues that I'm concerned about, and I'm sure it's happening not just in Rochester, but across the state. And we have to be honest about it and address it before it gets out of hand.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, and I just want to be clear because Commissioner LeBron questioned about what I meant when I said disengage. I meant exactly that, disengage, since they got rid of Victor S., Mike B., Anthony H. These are people that got their work done, man, and that's just the truth. That's just the truth of the deal. As far as I'm concerned, it is disengaged. It's been disengaged ever since then, and we need to reach out. We need that help. We need to get the people in here who can do that job, man, because Lord knows our kids need the support there, man. They need to be able to focus on education, on learning in the school, man, not on where to be safe. That shouldn't be the top concern. Learning should be the top concern in the school building.
Vice President Elliott?
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing, over, the next 3 months, how the behavior is going to be. Because they're probably, coming to school and to your point, Dr. Nelms, they're bringing it from the streets. But once they get settled, I'm wondering, will the behavior settle down and be more, correct once they settle down, once those relationships are built, because we're still talking about September, so it may just, settle itself, work itself out over time. We'll just have to see.
All right. We have still an extensive agenda to consider and review, so I'm going to move us along here. Before I do that, I want to recognize Camille Simmons, who I'm sure knows a lot about these issues and is looking forward, I'm sure she's looking forward to working with the board on these issues as well. So thank you for coming tonight. The consent agenda, that consists of resolutions 147 to 165. Can I get a motion to advance for discussion of resolutions 147 to 165? Been moved by Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding that, those items? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of resolutions 147 to 165 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
No,
Madam Clerk,
but
are we voting on this on our screen?
I was just about to open the online voting.
Okay.
But persons who are voting no, if you vote no, will vote no on all consent agenda items. If you need to pull something out of the consent agenda, you must say no so I can make a different change.
I just wanted to uplift the gift acceptance. If President White, you want to go ahead and thank the ones that we're taking.
No, you can go.
No, I don't want to thank them. I'm done. No, you're the president.
No. I normally leave that to
She's not here.
I'll just thank everybody.
You.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Let me just find out where they are.
I got to reboot my computer anyway.
I know, it's just like bumping me out.
Okay. So let me start with the Penfield Central School District. We appreciate the literacy intervention systems. There were, they donated 10 boxes of that as a research and evidence-based WLA intervention program, and that totals, the value of that donation is $10,000. And the board would like to express its appreciation for that donation. There was a donation that the Martin L. Suter and Suzanne S. Suter Family Fund at the Rochester Area Community Foundation donated $10,000 for the Getting Ready for Life for Edison Technical and Occupational Center. So we want to, on behalf of the board, thank the Suter Foundation Family Fund for that kind donation. Also like to thank Shore Foundation for 50, they donated 50 refurbished Dell laptops with an approximate value of $17,500 to be used for students and families in pre-K through 8th grade for their households at school number 8, Roberto Clemente. So the board would certainly appreciate the donation from the Shore Foundation. And I think that's the conclusion of those donations. Thank you so very much on behalf of the board.
Thank you, Vice President. I appreciate you doing that. Next item on our agenda are non-consent agenda items. This is how I propose to proceed on these. Because they're non-consent, we are not going to combine them. But I have asked the clerk if she could just record our votes so we won't have to do the electronic voting. She's going to record our votes. I will need a verbal vote, and then we'll give her a little time to record that, and we'll move on. So that may save some time. All right, but there are several of them, so you can see it may take some time. First, I need a motion to discuss Resolution 166. Is there a motion?
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 166?
No, but that was her.
What's that?
It wasn't us, that was Clark. You're trying to say
Oh,
I
I'm
sound
sorry,
like
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Clark.
Sorry about that. No questions or comments regarding Resolution 166? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 166 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Yeah, no to 166.
All right, I see the thumbs up. Next, I need for consideration a motion to advance for discussion Resolution 167. Is there a motion?
Motion.
That's Commissioner LeBron.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 167? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 167 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? I see the thumbs up. Next, we have Resolution 168. Can I get a motion to advance for discussion or comments?
Motion. Second, I'll second.
That was done like a choir there. I think I heard Commissioner Clark make the motion, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 168? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 168 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. Next, we have an appointment to grant tenure. That's Resolution 169. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 169? Being no questions, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 169 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Ayes have it. Next, we have additional payment for testing training for multiple schools. It's annotated as Resolution 170. Is there any questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 170? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 170 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
All right. Next, we have Resolution 171, payment for testing training at number 4 school in Edison. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second? Second. I think I heard Commissioner Clark. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 171? No questions or comments, so we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 171 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Next, we have Resolution 172, 21st Century Grant for Teaching and Learning. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 172? There being no questions or comments, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 172 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Next, we have Resolution 173, again, a 21st Century Community Learning Grant. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
There's been a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 173? There being no questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 173 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Next, we have Resolution 174, again, a 21st Century Community Learning Center grant. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second? I think I heard Commissioner Clark. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 174? There being no questions or comments, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 174 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
And next, we have an additional 21st Century Community Learning Center grant. That is described as Resolution 171. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 175? There being no questions or comments, go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 175 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
And next, we have Resolution 176, a resolution for additional payment for an after-school program at Northeast. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 176? There being no questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 176 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Next, we have Resolution 177, a 21st Century Community Learning Grant resolution. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron.
Second.
Did I hear that was you, Commissioner LeBron? Y'all two sound the same sometimes.
I said a motion.
All right, Commissioner LeBron made the motion. Is there a second? I think I heard Commissioner Adams.
Second.
Mr. President?
Okay, we have a motion and a second regarding Resolution 177. Any questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to conversations in executive session, could I advance an amendment to replace specific name in D, E, and F to be replaced with to be determined?
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding that amendment? Proposed amendment?
One quick second.
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to executive session, there was a decision that there was no need for a switch because the language does allow for switches already. Do we still want to have that motion on the floor?
Well, that was a conclusion that it was accommodated for in the event that we did not have specific knowledge, but in this case, we do have specific knowledge of an individual who is no longer with the district, and that is why I advanced this particular motion to amend.
Yeah, I think that was right. I mean, we could have gone either way with this, but I think that was the last bit of the conversation. Steve? Do you want to say something, Steve?
No, it's up to you guys. I mean,
Yeah,
it's accommodated for, if you want to take it out, are you replacing it with a TBD? Or are you just removing it?
That's the motion. Is
Okay.
Yeah, I support that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's how the conversation landed.
Yeah,
So,
it was supposed to be
was there,
50-50.
I think Vice President Elliott, you seconded it? Any questions or comments, additional questions or
Can I
comments regarding
just
the
have
amendment?
2 seconds just to create the motion? And I gotta just.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Yep. Let me know when you're ready.
For clarity on the name, there is only one individual on subsection E, and that is the name that appears in both D and F as well.
Okay, I'll take it manually.
Okay. So there is a motion before the board made by Commissioner Powell, seconded by Vice President Elliott. Any further questions or comments regarding the proposed amendment to Resolution 177? There being no additional commentary on that motion to amend, all those in favor of amending the motion as described by Commissioner Powell and seconded by Vice President Elliott indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have before you Resolution 177 as amended by Commissioner Powell and seconded by Vice President Elliott. Can I get a motion to advance for discussion Resolution 177 as amended?
You already have that.
We already have a motion.
But it wasn't,
No, that's for the amendment.
You had the motion, now you have the amendment, and you
Yep.
go back to the original.
Yeah.
well, I guess so. It's been amended.
Yep.
All right, yep. So it doesn't have to be re-advanced. Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Thank you,
Oh, but
Mr.
we-
Carley. All right, so are there any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 177 as amended? No? All right, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 177 as amended by Commissioner Powell and Vice President Elliott indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
All right. Next, we have Resolution 178, an additional payment under the 21st Community Learning Center grant. Is there a motion?
Motion.
I
Second.
think I heard Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 178? There being no questions, all those in favor of Resolution 178 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Next, we have Resolution 179. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Of course, this is a motion to advance for discussion an additional payment regarding 21st Century Community Grant. Any questions or comments regarding that resolution? There being no questions, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 179 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Ayes have it. Next, we
Oh,
have...
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any no's? Sorry about that, Vice President Elliott. There is one no, Madam Clerk. You get that? Sorry, Vice President Elliott. Next item on the agenda is Resolution 180. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Has been moved by Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Commissioner Powell, respecting a 21st Century Community Learning Center grant for a number of schools you see listed there. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 180? There being no questions or comments, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 180 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nope.
We have Resolution 181. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 181, which relates to CSE, CPSE recommendations for special education programs and services? Not seeing any hands raised or any comments being made, so we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 181 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The ayes have it. We are ready. Next, we have Resolution 182. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Thank you, Commissioner Powell, who has seconded that motion. Any questions or comments regarding this particular resolution, which is described as CSE, CPSE appointment resolution? There being no further questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 182 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. Next, we have Resolution 183, an agreement to authorize an agreement with the Children's Institute for the 21-22 school year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 183? There being no questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 183 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Next, we have Resolution 185. This is a resolution to authorize the district to participate in the cooperative bidding of databases.
184.
184, I'm sorry. Well, I skipped 184, so let's back up a little bit. I need a motion to advance for discussion Resolution 184.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of Resolution 184 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Again, that particular motion that just passed, resolution just passed related to it, the board authorizing agreement for an out-of-district Title I equitable share. Second to last, I need a motion to advance for discussion, Resolution 185.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding this, again, the Board of Education authorizing an agreement to participate in a cooperative bidding of databases?
Which one are we?
185.
Oh, okay.
Any questions or comments regarding that resolution? There being no questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 185 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, and finally, last but not least, resolution, no, I'm sorry, it's not finally, I'm sorry, my bad. Resolution 186, is there a motion?
So moved.
Of course, as you all know, we discussed this in executive session. This is a resolution that relates to our approval of a collective bargaining agreement with the collective bargaining unit known as ASAR. Again, that's Resolution 186. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 186?
I need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding that collective bargaining agreement? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have a comment real quick.
Yes.
I just want to again thank our ASAR members for just the wait, man. They've been without a contract for a number of years, and so I'm glad that we've gotten here. And I hope that this is at least satisfactory to the members. But I just wanted to uplift that because we often forget that our principals are also doing, all of our staff are doing a lot of work right now, especially with COVID. So I just wanted to uplift that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any other questions or comments? I'm sure all of your colleagues join in that statement of appreciation for the administration and for ASAR and their patience in trying to get this negotiated. And specifically, I think it's important, and I know the superintendent. I thank Dr. Miller for his work and anybody else who assisted you in the effort. I'm sure there are many others, so we appreciate that work as well. All right, so let's, unless there's additional comments, let's go ahead and vote on Resolution 186. All those in favor of Resolution 186 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Ayes have it. And now, last but not least, Resolution 187, which relates to the appointment of an administrator, the East EPO appointment to an administrative tenure area.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Second by Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 187?
Yeah, I just want to say welcome and congratulations to this individual. Good luck with Sean. I'm messing with you. No, I just want to welcome him to the district and East. I think he's already an internal person, but it is a promotion for this individual. And just thank you for stepping up. So that's all.
And you see who voted, who made the motion?
I said I'm
and
going
who
to vote.
supported?
I told Sean I was going to support this.
Who seconded?
See that, Sean? I see that. See that?
I ain't supporting everything else, but I'm just saying thank you. But,
All right.
I'm kidding, Sean, I'm kidding.
We now have before the Board of Education Resolution 187. Let's go, unless there are further comments, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 187 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're done with that portion of the agenda, and I want to thank my colleagues for getting me through that. I was telling somebody I haven't been to sleep since yesterday, so I appreciate y'all keeping me on point, because at any point, I might just nod off. We're getting close. All right, next item on our agenda is new business. There's questions regarding North Star Academy, and you gave us an update to the extent you needed to in executive session where it was appropriate. Do you have anything further to offer in terms of an update?
Well, we just continue to support the students and the staff and the families, and we'll continue to make some adjustments as needed. As we've spoken earlier, certainly we knew that the pandemic and COVID-19 would have an impact on our students, and particularly their social emotional needs, and their mental health, but we're really seeing it, just the true impact, and we will continue to place the appropriate resources where they need so the students can be supported.
Any other additional questions or comments regarding that North Star Academy update? Superintendent, and I know Superintendent Nelms is aware of this, and so is Vice President Elliott. There was an organization or an effort. Did he go?
He did.
Sean, man. Called Camelot. I got Vice President Elliott to back me up on this. Great organization. They did some really good work. I don't know if you've heard of them before.
We actually are, that's something that's on our docket.
Okay, all right. And that's all that needs to be said. I really do hope that you all, I hope that you all do follow up on that. And I don't know if you can use SUR money for that, but they really had some promising results. And Vice President Elliott and I witnessed a conversation. And we haven't stopped talking about them. All right, thank you for that update. Next process for Commissioner LeBron, is this from you? Yeah, do you want to do it now? Yeah, go ahead, knock yourself out.
I just wanted to take a point of personal privilege to thank a few folks, and I didn't know where to squeeze it in, so thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank our oncoming commissioner who's going to be joining us in January, Camille Simmons. I know you mentioned she's here. I know she watches the board meetings, but she's here tonight. But she also took some time to come with me to some of my schools, and she did get to participate in leadership for school number 19. So I just want to thank the staff at school number 19 for allowing her to come in and sit with us and listen, and Dr. Myers-Smalls and Vice President Elliott. I did communicate with you both for that. But also thank you to the staff at school number 7, school number 29, Monroe High School, All City High, which is one of my favorite schools too. You're all my favorite, but school number 2 as well, for allowing us to come in and do some tours and just talk with you all. I do want to uplift. I want to thank Mike as well, for not just for, problem solving, all the things we bug Mike about, because we have been definitely bugging Mike, but I also, in the middle of everything, had talked with Jason, who just took over as principal at Monroe, and I had went down to Monroe to look at those 2 murals that stood in the auditorium. And if you haven't seen the murals, they really depicted, oh my God, the guy from Rochester that we just renamed school number 3 from. And then there was another giant mural of a Caucasian man with Native American people bowing to him. And we're like, we cannot bring students back after another year and a half to come into the auditorium and witness this. So in the middle of the transportation crisis, I just want to say, I did reach out to Mike and his team and the maintenance staff, and I just want to thank him and the maintenance staff for, in the middle of all that happening, coming out to honor the fact that we covered those 2 murals until we figure out how to permanently remove them for the auditorium, so that our students don't have to be subjected to seeing that. And I just want to thank Mike and his team and the maintenance staff for taking care of that right away. But I also want to uplift and honor Jason too, for saying, I'm coming into this school as the new principal, and this is unacceptable for me and my students. So just want to thank everybody all around. I know that we've had lots of challenges. We'll continue to do school visits and support you all as best as we possibly can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Next item on our agenda is the process for reporting positive COVID-19 cases in schools, COVID instructional pivot plan. Chair Myers-Smalls.
I'm going to ask Stacy Darby to come up, and she will be conducting the first part of the presentation, and then we have school chiefs conducting the second part of the presentation.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm Stacy Darby. I'm the coordinator of environmental safety here for the district, and I'm here to just walk you through what our process is when we have a positive case of COVID-19, whether it's among a student or a staff member. So the first thing is case notification. So the district notifies Monroe County of any cases that we get immediately. We also, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. And then the county provides the districts with lists 2 times a day, so it works both ways. So if we find out about a case first, we let them know. And they also send us a list of all positive cases, students and staff, 2 times a day that's reviewed, and that's how we know who's positive in the district. We use the New York State contact tracing program to make sure that we're properly tracing individuals inside of the district who are positive and all of their close contacts. And I will talk about how we do that next. So contact tracing, which is what we do when there's a positive person, is done to remove anyone who's exposed, right? So, and we call that a close contact. And it's done to stop them from spreading COVID to other people. Close contacts are quarantined for 10 days post-exposure. So if I'm positive for COVID and I'm sitting within 6 feet of, I'll pick Marisol as my person. If I'm sitting within 6 feet of Marisol and I have my mask off for longer than 15 minutes and I'm positive, she would become a close contact to me. This is done because at any time in that 10-day time frame, someone could contract COVID. We get a lot of questions about why it's 10 days. That's set by the Department of Health. We don't set the dates. We just follow the rules and help find contacts inside of the schools. People cannot test out of a quarantine. So once you are someone that becomes a close contact, you cannot take a test to get out of quarantine. You have to sit in quarantine for the full amount of time. Quarantine is based on your last date of contact. And I think that's something that's important to understand for everyone. So if I'm going to again use the example that I'm positive, Marisol and I saw each other on the 15th. I find out that I'm positive on the 16th. She would have to stay in quarantine from the 15th until the 25th. I would be in isolation as the positive person from the 16th through the 26th, returning to school or work the day following. I kind of talked about this a little bit, but to be identified as a close contact, you have to be with the infected person for longer than 15 minutes, within 6 feet, with a mask off. It's one or both masks. So I'll use Marisol again. If we both had our masks on, we wouldn't be identified as I'm positive. She would not be identified as a close contact, even if I was close to her. The only time that she'd be identified is if her mask was off or my mask was off. And that is within 48 hours of me testing positive. So again, using an example, if I am with someone, what's today, Thursday? If I was with them Monday, I would not be identifying a close contact from Monday. It would just be the 48 hours prior. And that's another thing that a lot of people just don't know. I mean, why would you know that information, right? So people say, well, I know that I was with that person, but you weren't with them when they were infectious, when they were deemed infectious. When a positive case is identified, the student's name and isolation dates, if known, are sent to the building principal, the school chief, the school nurse, and transportation to determine if there are any close contacts. So we keep it as limited as possible, but we do have to engage some of the adults in the building when we're dealing with students to determine who their close contacts are. Once they test positive, they're put in isolation by the Monroe County Department of Health. Isolation dates, and this is something else that sometimes trips people up. Again, it would, because why would anyone know this except for the people that do this all the time, right? Isolation dates are determined when the county interviews the person or the family. So if I'm an adult, they're going to interview me directly, but if I'm a child, they're going to interview my family. And it goes back to symptom start date. And sometimes, especially in kids, those symptoms could be really minor and something that a parent looks at and says, they're okay. A 1-hour headache, a 2-hour headache, the sniffles, and then 3 or 4 days later, they wind up really not feeling well, have a fever, maybe lost a taste of smell, one of the more dramatic symptoms that are associated with COVID. And then they get the child tested. And then the county does the interview and says, oh no, we're gonna start your isolation from that first headache you had a couple days ago, because headaches aren't typical for you, so we're gonna count that as your start date. So they may have been in school for a couple days, and then they return and people say, wait, this child, I know they had COVID, they're back 6 days later, how is that possible? And that's because their isolation started when their symptoms started, and it ends 10 days past that. Does everyone, that concept is hard for a lot of people, so I just wanted to make sure you didn't have any questions at that point. Not that I think you can't understand it, it's just like a whole big thing to wrap your head around. Sure.
I do think it is very big to wrap your head around. When for families, they just know like, hey, my child may have been exposed, or someone in my child's classroom had COVID, and trying to get them to understand the masking piece. Why is it so complicated? Why is it not that if my child is in a classroom with a child that tested positive, that I then keep my child home and monitor for 10 days for symptoms, or
yeah.
How were these things determined? I know that the Department of Health is making the determinations, and I can bug them too, but just curious.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons is that we know, we, the scientists who give us this information, the researchers, Department of Health, have a pretty good handle on how COVID spreads now. So instead of everyone having to stay home when one case is identified, we can only impact the families that, that are identified as a close contact and quarantined. And the thing that's important is that when you're identified as a quarantine, it doesn't mean you just stay home. It means you stay home in your room, if you can alone, depending on your age. You wear a mask around your family wears a mask around you. You can't go to your babysitters, so someone has to stay home with you. So it's not a small impact for someone to be placed on quarantine. So it's really important that only those that are identified. And then the students would be out of school for 10 days. And that's a big amount of time. So when we identify those close contacts and use the tools and the rules that are given to us, we ensure that everyone is here who can be here safely. And that's really one of the reasons why we only identify close contacts.
Thank you. And then just final question, I'm sorry. I won't be ready with a bunch of questions because I had conversations with her too, but is there, I did try to go to our website. Is there somewhere where parents can access this information? I know we now have a PowerPoint, but is this information available in multiple languages, and is it easily available for families to see it and understand it? And
so there is information about this in the parent guide. It doesn't go into this much detail, so I think having this available now, and I believe someone from communications would have to correct me, once this, if we want to make this available on the website, we certainly could, and I think it would be then available in all languages once it's loaded up there correctly. I don't know how all that works though, but more detailed information on contact tracing, and we could definitely provide that. But there is information in the parent handbook about what happens if, like what a close contact is, what a quarantine is, things like that. If we took this information and the presentation and made it available on the website, would it be available in all the languages that our families speak?
So immediately I can make it available in Spanish and English by tomorrow. For the rest of the 5 languages, that will take a few days because of the time it takes for those languages.
okay, yes, I would like it translated, please, in multiple languages and available in multiple languages.
And so, you know, the parent guide that Stacy mentioned is translated in all of our 5 languages.
So in full transparency, I tried to look up some information for a parent before I spoke with you. And on our website for COVID-19, I could not find this level of detail. So I didn't think to look at the parent handbook. I was like, hey, we have a landing page for COVID-19. Let me go there. But this level of detail wasn't there. So if we can also add this PowerPoint there in that landing page, because parents may not think, let me go look at the parent resource guide. I'm going to go to the COVID-19 page for the district.
In addition, we added some charts that the county sent to us that are infographics that show different scenarios. So if this happens, and then we have different arrows pointing to different situations, which can help parents navigate to figure out what their personal situation is.
Commissioner Adams?
So we need a chart that parents can navigate when a child doesn't have COVID. kids are being sent home with just runny noses and being told, like if it's a Thursday, they're being said, don't let them come back till Monday. This is actually happening. I'm not talking about some scenario theory. I'm telling you, this is actually happening. And we don't have in place a method for those children to learn anything while they're being sent home them days. And I'm not advocating, we got to find a solution. If these are little kids, my experience with little kids, man, they have 11, 13, 14 colds a season, running noses all the time, and they're being put in the category of maybe it's COVID. Can we take a chance? We better send them home. And kids are being stayed home a couple days. I ain't saying a week, but a couple days.
And I can talk about that a little if you want. I can stop here for a second, talk to you about why we do that.
Okay.
And that it's a requirement, actually. So the Department of Health, anytime there's a child that has new or worsening symptoms that align with COVID, they have to be sent home. They are not allowed to be sent home, and they have to have a PCR COVID test and see a healthcare provider before they can come back to school. In some instances, they don't need to have the test because another diagnosis is provided by their physician. And sometimes the physician can write a note if it's an ongoing recurring condition. But for the most part, if a child has a new or worsening symptom that is not part of a condition that they already have, we have to send them home. We do not have a choice in that matter. And then they have to have that test to return. I can tell you that we're trying to work to make PCR testing more available at the district level, and that children who have health centers in the district, I think there's 7 of those. I'm sorry, that's not my department, but I think there's 7. They can be tested directly at their school as well if they're enrolled in that health center program. So we do understand that it's a burden to do that, but it's also what's helping keep everyone safe, because unfortunately, those little minor symptoms sometimes wind up positive for COVID. And it's sometimes, frequently actually, right now because of our positivity rate in our area. So it is a requirement from the Department of Health that kids and adults that are symptomatic go home, regardless of vaccination status.
So let me just explain one other situation that just happened this week. A student, he probably could have got back a day earlier had he'd been given a rapid test. He was given a test, but it wasn't a rapid test.
So we are not allowed to accept a rapid test. The Department of Health only allows us to accept a PCR test, which is that longer laboratory test. So we can confirm a positive case with a rapid test, but if the rapid test comes back negative, they would still have to go for a PCR test, which is that test that takes a little bit longer through the lab. If you think about it, if you had kids with strep throat and you get that quick test that they do right in the doctor's office and then they send it to the lab, my kids very infrequently are positive on the quick, but they wind up positive on the lab test. So it's a higher degree of accuracy, and it's a requirement currently.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Excuse me. The schools can work with the children's teachers, so back to contact tracing. The schools work with the young kids and the older kids' teachers to identify any close contacts. In our classrooms, close contacts should be really infrequent, again, because of mask wearing, right? So if we both have our mask on, we're not gonna have a close contact inside of the classroom. Where we see close contacts is when students take their masks down to eat lunch. If it exceeds that 15-minute time frame, then the close contact is gonna happen. The way that we're keeping that to a minimum is by using seating charts and assigned seating. That doesn't mean that a child can never move to a different seat if they need to or a problem arises, but the message is really to stay with the same kids and to make changes at longer break periods or long weekends, because then we're past that 48-hour time frame. Because if the kids moved around a lot, instead of quarantining maybe 2 or 3 children that were within 6 feet, we might quarantine 6 or 8 because they switch seats to different tables. Once the close contacts are identified, the information is returned to the COVID response team and the Monroe County Department of Health. I don't know what that is. Did I break something? I'm just kidding. All right, so there's a whole bunch of words on here. I'm going to try to, so again, just to review, the close contact, within 6 feet, longer than 15 minutes, one or both people unmasked. Only close contacts that happen at the school are identified. This is super important to emphasize to our families. So if you carpool with another student, if you are friends with a student outside of school, when the county talks to you, they are going to ask you about close contacts, and it is extremely important that families and staff and everyone in our community works with those contact tracers and gives them that information. Again, we only contact trace contacts inside of the school building or at a school-sponsored activity, like if they played a sport or something like that. We don't contact trace things that happen outside of the school. That's when you have to talk to the county or the state. I already kind of talked about this, how close contacts are quarantined for 10 days from the last date of exposure from the positive case. They can also be extended. So sometimes people say, oh, why is this child still out, or why does my child have to continue to be out of school? And if people can't fully isolate inside of a home, that means stay away from a positive case, then a child will have their quarantine extended because they were continually exposed to that case. The other thing that happens that sometimes is very confusing to people is that I, the positive person, could actually come back to school before my siblings. And that can happen because I was positive, I served, that's a bad term, but I went through my isolation period. I'm no longer infectious, but because my siblings were exposed to me for 2 days prior to me knowing I was positive, they have to stay home for 2 days longer to complete their quarantine because they could still become positive in that 10-day time frame. So that's something else that, that kind of gets weird. Not weird, but it's like a weird thing for people. Students that are vaccinated are still reported as a close contact, but once their vaccine status is verified, as long as they stay symptom-free, they can come back to school. They must mask the entire time they're at school and for 14 days post-exposure. And it's also highly recommended that they get tested 3 to 5 days after. The family of a close contact will receive a call from the building to notify them that their child was identified as a close contact to the student. So they receive a call directly from the building if you're a close contact. Information is also provided to families on what to do while waiting for the call from the county. Only families that have a student identified as a close contact will get that call about that specific case. Families and staff are notified of all positive cases in a building weekly. So they get information via a robocall, and it's also posted on the district website. The robocalls go out on Thursday to identify the cases in the building for the week prior. And the staff get an email indicating the same information, and everything is on the district website by the end of the day Friday for those cases for the week. What does it go? Thursday to Wednesday. That's what the week, and then the notification goes out on Thursday. For adults, the process is very similar, except for we can work with an adult directly to identify a close contact. Adults that allow us to verify their vaccination status, as long as they're symptom-free, can stay on site, just like the kids can. And they have the same rules for masking for 14 days after, staying away from others if they have to remove their mask to eat, and the recommendation of 3 to 5 days testing post-exposure. So some of the questions that we get frequently, if my child is quarantined, why aren't my other children? Why aren't their siblings quarantined too? And that's because the person that was exposed was your child in the classroom, in the lunchroom, not your other children. The other children at this point haven't been exposed to anyone. Your child is quarantining. And if the quarantine is effective inside the whole household, if that child becomes positive, they might not even have to keep their other siblings home. So if they can effectively quarantine a child and they become positive 48 hours past the last exposure to a sibling, like what if they send them to a grandma's house or some the other sibling to grandma's house? Those siblings could continue to come to school even though they have a positive sibling at home. I already talked about not being able to test out of quarantine. Why haven't I received a call from the Monroe County Department of Health? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'll say quite frankly, just like everyone else, they have a lot going on. And they work through their cases as fast as possible. The thing that I do want to say is when we identify contacts inside of our building, they're notified immediately. So those contacts, even though they're waiting for the call, they're home with information on how to keep themselves and their family safe. What if my child or I become symptomatic during quarantine? At that point, getting a test is absolutely recommended to identify whether or not you do have COVID-19. There is no requirement to test, but you do still have to stay home then 10 days post that symptoms start. And that is all that I have. It was a lot, I realize, and if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, our district is notorious for not having good contact information for custodial parents or even emergency contacts. Has that been really tested in this time, this COVID period? And are there drills of any kind that help us sort of check to make sure that phone numbers are actually working and reaching the people we expect to be reaching?
Sure, we did a huge outreach to get all of that information updated. And so far, I will say that I am unaware of any case where we could not absolutely reach someone. Sometimes we had to go to the third or fourth number on the list to get back up to the original person, but there are no cases that I'm aware of where we weren't able to get in contact with someone. So I won't say that it's always that first or second number, but we have always been able, so much so that when we work in partner with the Department of Health, if they can't get a hold of someone because of a bad number, they reach out to us and we're able to provide them information and then they can get in contact with those families.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. You were right, that was long, but very necessary.
I'm sorry.
No,
I know it's late. I feel so bad.
appreciate it. Thank you.
You didn't hear the second part. It was long, but absolutely necessary. So
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Very informative.
This was just really important because there's
Yeah.
so much, Stacy, thank you so much,
Yeah.
certainly for all that you do. But there's a lot of misinformation or preconceived notions about whether it's our district or other districts are doing, and there's a lot of hype around this. So we really wanted the board to have just some clear-cut, good information around this.
Yes, thank you again.
Yes.
That was, like I said, it was long, but absolutely necessary, so thank you very much. Very
Yes.
informative. In fact, I'm going to print up that PowerPoint. Thank you again. All right, Carmine and Shirley.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. So we're going to transition a little bit to what the instructional plan would look like in each of these situations that Stacy had referenced. And in order to do that, we just want to ground ourselves in some language. There's been a lot of terms used in the world of remote instruction. We've heard of asynchronous, we've heard of synchronous, we've heard of simultaneous, but just for our sense, right, we have in-person instruction, all of our kids back in person with the teacher in front of them. We have our synchronous instruction, which is provided in a 100% remote environment to our students. We have our asynchronous environment, and our asynchronous instruction that's provided to students in a 100% remote environment where the students work independently on a prescribed set of assignments. And then we also have the simultaneous instruction where it's provided to in-person and remote students at the same time. And as you know, we're doing that with our students that are facing transportation difficulties. So when we pivot and we make the move to the synchronous remote learning, those decisions are regarding the transition from an in-person to a remote environment are informed by the guidance from the CDC and conversations with our health and safety here. And a shift to remote learning may be issued at a classroom level. You may see a classroom closed down because of close contacts where they weren't able to be identified. And sometimes you see that in pre-K classrooms where they have difficulty wearing the masks, or younger grades where there's some difficulties wearing the masks. You could have it at the school level, where you've seen schools shut down for some reasons or not, or a district level. And in all those instances, school teachers and students are prepared to continue instruction in a remote environment utilizing a combination of both synchronous and asynchronous work aligned to appropriate grade levels of each student. So those are situations where we have large classroom closures or school level closures or district level closures where the students are getting synchronous instruction, real-time instruction from teachers. Dr. Green's going to talk a little bit about that pivot and then on the individual quarantines of students as well.
Good evening, commissioners. And so when we talk about that need to pivot in terms of a classroom, in terms of a building, or in terms of the district, the situation remains the same. So on day one, if the decision is made to shift to remote learning, day one, those students would be notified. On day two, we would make sure that those students have access to asynchronous instruction. That means that the teachers will provide them with work to do in a remote environment independently. And then on the day after that, students will have access to remote instruction so that they will have direct instruction with their teachers in a remote environment. And so when we talk about that pivot plan, we have to make sure how are we going to provide our students with instruction. And so those would happen in 3 consecutive days. And those students will remain in remote instruction as long as that closure exists. And the question that often comes up is about students who are quarantined for that 10-day period that Stacy went through. And so in that instance, students will be provided asynchronous instruction. So the teachers will provide work in their learning platform, whether it is in Seesaw or Google Classroom, during their quarantine period. Schools will be working with those students and families to outreach to make sure they have access to technology, that they understand how to access their work in that, whether it's Seesaw or Google Classroom. And then the schools will also utilize their already existing social emotional learning team so that they can do outreach to those students and families while they are in this asynchronous environment. And so those are our plans at this time regarding meeting the needs of our students, whether we have to pivot totally or how are we ensuring that our students who are quarantined receive instruction. And that ends our piece of the presentation.
Commissioner LeBron?
So I'll just ask it here because I did ask this in the leadership meeting, right? So if a teacher is responsible for one student, what happens when we're shutting down a whole classroom, including the teacher's quarantine? Who then is responsible to ensure that students have this information, right, that they're supposed to be learning on their own? But secondly, what happens if that classroom or even half the classroom, these students actually have COVID and they're actually sick? How are we expecting them to do work when they're actually down and not feeling well? Where is going to be the opportunity for them to make that work up?
So the students will have access to that asynchronous work, but if they're not feeling well, if they're not able to do that work, they won't be required to do that. But when they return, the teacher will work with them to ensure that whatever they missed and they were unable to complete, they will work through that with their teacher upon their return to school.
Then if the teacher and the class, then let's say the whole classroom is shut down. How are those kids? Because when this first came up, I think my question was like, what if you have half a classroom out, then you have a teacher providing materials for all of these students, and then also trying to teach the students that remain, but what happens if the whole class is out? I
So
just.
if the whole
Go ahead.
class is out and the teacher is sick, we would get a substitute just like we would do if the class was in person. So if a teacher is ill currently, they take a sick day, we provide a sub. In the same instance, if the class is quarantined and the teacher is ill, we would provide a substitute to ensure that that remote instruction is still happening for the children.
I think, I just want to note that I think we got an email today from a parent who had some questions around not just the testing piece, but the fact that their student wasn't getting information. And so I do want to follow back up with them after this presentation. And then if I need to follow back up with you all, I'll continue to, I've been emailing every day, so I will continue to, I will continue to do it, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No, I think you guys are set. Thank you very much. We do have two other items under new business. I've asked the clerk to try to be brief as possible. Madam Clerk, you have two items, C and D, board travel and board goals.
Yes, I will try to be very brief, very brief. One thing. So the PowerPoint is just coming up right now, but you can also view it on board docs there. The presentation on board travel and PD budget, I really wanted to, and in Commissioner Malloy's absence, I wanted to just touch base with the board regarding their items in their budget lines, only because decisions need to be made as travel opportunities and PD opportunities arise. So I'm presenting two brief proposals. Just firstly, I want to touch base on our board travel budget. This covers in-district and out-of-district travel expenses. Our board travel in-district budget line is only $100, and that's because it's traditionally not really utilized. Board members do frequently go to schools within our district, and there's generally no charge. Persons do not really charge the district for any mileage or any of those kinds of things with regard to that. So there's only a minimal amount there. But with regard to out-of-district budget, out-of-district travel, sorry, there is $20,000 that is allocated for this school year, and that is used to cover the cost of travel accommodations, registration fees for out-of-district conferences and conventions, as well as out-of-district professional development opportunities. So that includes opportunities with the New York State School Boards Association, the National School Boards Association, Monroe County, and the other partners that the board is a part of or members to. Currently, there's no designated allocation procedure that's been established for these funds for this year. And I also want to highlight that there are a few travel credits available as well. Commissioner Malloy has accrued $263 that is valid until next year's March for travel that was not taken during COVID. Commissioner LeBron accrued $467 for travel that was not used during COVID as well. These are for canceled trips. And then from a former commissioner, we have $467 that is also going to be added to this budget because that was not used. It must be used before December of this year. Right, so the ones for current board members are for next year, and the one for the former commissioner expires this year, December. I do want to highlight that in board docs, the board has access to the BOE conference and professional development request. It shows all those interested events that are coming up. The board members did indicate during the August retreat what events they were interested in attending, and that has very detailed description of the events, the costs, and where and when those things will take place. I encourage you to look at that.
Make a note about the cost though in the budget. So in here, it's just the registration fees. This does not include the hotel, the airline fee, the cost right here, for example, the CGCS 65th annual fall conference, it says registration fee is $425, and then the total cost as a TBD. But the cost here, am I correct in saying it does not include
Does not
the
include
airline,
accommodation.
hotel, meal reimbursement?
That is true.
So
Yes, it
the
does
way
not
that this was presented, and folks are just signing up thinking we have
fluctuated significantly throughout the pandemic. And so before we were able to provide an average cost of what things will be, but right now we don't have the ability to do that and can only do that when the request is made. At that point we put out and then we can look to see what the cost is, and then we would advise the commissioner at that time, this is how much it would cost for you to be there. But we cannot at this time provide an accurate description of what the cost for accommodations and things will be. But we will provide it if you are interested. We can provide it at that snapshot in time. So the PD budget line covers non-travel related professional development opportunities, training, and membership meeting fees. Right now, our PD budget was allocated for $10,000 for the 21-22 school year. Currently, it is at $9,191, and that's because a few board members have taken up a few professional development opportunities and at minimal cost. Historically, that's been utilized on a first-come, first-served basis, and as commissioners enroll or indicate interest, that's when we will allocate the funds for that. So I have two proposals, as I said, one for the out-of-district travel budget proposal. I proposed an equal split of the out-of-district travel line, so that would be split equally 7 ways. Of course, there are board members who have said that they will not utilize travel this year for personal reasons, but essentially each commissioner would automatically be able to receive about $2,800 for the purposes of out-of-district travel. If commissioners are not going to use the funds, those would be put back into the budget for potential use by others, and that's what would happen with, for example, the past commissioner credits. Commissioners who exhaust their budgeted amount, but who want to access other opportunities and utilize part of the pool of money that is there left over from either the past commissioners or want to access funds from persons who say they will not travel, they would request the funds on a first-come, first-served basis and propose it to their colleagues, and the board as a whole would decide if that person would, that opportunity requires the utilization of the pooled funds. I just want to also highlight that there are 2 board members who are coming on in January and who have also indicated via that spreadsheet that I shared that they have indicated they would like to also participate in PD and travel opportunities. That's the first proposal. The second proposal is just a means to really streamline the way that the board spends their funds with relation to PD. I don't propose any change to the first-come, first-served basis, but I do ask that in anticipation of submitted items that commissioners just advise board staff if they're registering for something or if they're planning on traveling, that really would assist us in providing finance with a notification that we would submit a requisition, and we'd follow the general process that the district utilizes to anticipate costs. Right now, or in the past, generally persons go to things and then the cost kind of comes out later and it's like, surprise, you have to use your budget. And finance does not like that. I get slapped on the hand a little bit. So I'm asking that persons just let us know ahead of time they're interested in items, and we'll go ahead and create a requisition ahead of time, and then we're able to match that up with the invoice when the event takes place. So that's the second proposal. I want to highlight that the state monitor legislation does require sign-off from the state monitor for out-of-state travel. So I have worked with Dr. Jallow to establish a list of questions that need to ensure sign-off on her part, and a form was developed. I have sent that out via email, but you can also click the link there. It will take you to the form, list of questions there. The proposal is for the completion of this form for all PD and travel requests And that way it would satisfy not only the state monetary requirements, but also the financial requirements that finance has put in place. So if you're interested in going to something, you'd fill out that form. I can submit it to Dr. Jallo on your behalf, and then I can also let finance know at the same time, kill two birds with one stone. So that is my proposal.
I just want to point out, though, that in 2018, we had this very same conversation about how we pool this money. And I really personally hate having repetitive conversations, but we did agree to split it among each commissioner equally. And then if there were funds, we didn't agree to pool it. What we said was we would give it to another commissioner. If you wanted to go to a conference and I wasn't going to any and you requested it, we would just say, yeah. So I just want to point that out because at the time, Melanie Funches was on the board and we had an extensive conversation about PD, travel, people doing PD, but not really doing PD and using travel dollars. So personally, I'm not clear why we continue to keep going back to this and why that was agreed upon by this board, why that changed. So I just want to establish that if there's going to be this protocol put in place, that it continues to be the protocol. Personally, I am a fan of equally splitting it, and I do like the idea of a pool and having the board decide, but at the end of the day, we do have state legislation requiring the state monitor to also authorize it and make sure that there's a reason and it comes back to the full board in terms of whatever lessons are learned.
And all of this is contingent upon whether, the state of COVID, because the NISBA conference is canceled.
Right.
And then, we've got the Council of Great City Schools, and we don't know if that, that may be canceled.
It is.
It is canceled?
It's virtual.
Oh, it's virtual, okay, all right, okay. We still have to pay $425?
We still have to pay a fee. I'm not certain yet the reduced cost. With NISBA will be virtual and will be free. So that really does allow for more opportunities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell?
Just an FYI, the spreadsheet you've done doesn't take us out into the next fiscal year, but NISBA's annual convention next year is in Syracuse for the first time, which should make it much more cost effective, almost as good as having it right here. But just wanted to share that in case folks are trying to make plans.
The only thing that I would note as we finish this conversation is that this is pretty much similar to what we had agreed to before. The only difference is bullet number 3. It was not clear what happened to the money if a person did not use all of their allotment. I think you could informally say, hey, do you mind if I use your money? But this makes it clear. It goes back into a pool, and then it says the board for consideration. Now, I don't know if we would be voting on that, but that element is different, and I think that's better, too. So.
I get clarification. I like it, too, but so the board would vote. Is that what we're saying?
Essentially, yes. The board would vote. The person would come forward and say, "Hey, I've exhausted my funds. I would like to utilize the pool. This is the event I would like to go to. Does the board agree with me utilizing the pooled funds for this event?" And then at that point, instead of it being, I know we had talked in the retreat about when people share, it sometimes conflicts of interest, things like that come up, and hard to track that a little bit. So
for clarification, could it be possible that they get the approval from Dr. Jallo and then the board? Because what if Dr. Jallo doesn't approve it? Just throwing it out there hypothetically. Dr. Jallo looked at me. I'm just saying, what if you don't approve it and then we vote yes? I don't want to be in that type of situation. So is there a way that we could?
Well, so Dr. Jallo only does out-of-state travel.
What if it's out-of-state?
So if it is an out-of-state, then yeah, I mean, I suppose in terms of the protocol, it would go her first and then the board, but I don't know.
You see what I mean? I don't want us as a board to vote yes, and then you turn it down, Dr. Jallo. And it could be for whatever reasons, based on the questionnaires that you developed, that it doesn't meet the standard.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I think that we can talk about it, and it should be able to make sure that you have a sense of approval before you go through all the steps.
Saying have a conversation with you first?
I just don't anticipate a problem.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I said I just don't anticipate a problem if we can
Yeah.
talk about it prior to.
Okay.
So, I
I
don't
like that.
know if this is what you're saying, but I think, we're a board. We should be able to make decisions, and if she doesn't approve it, then she doesn't approve it. But I would hate to, that basically says she's gonna make the decision. And she might, but I think we have to make the decision first. We have to be responsible and make the decision as a group. And then if she says no, shame on us. But what I don't like about that is it basically says you make the decision up front. And what I see your role as reviewing the decisions that we make.
Well, the law kind of says something a little different. In this particular case, out-of-state travel is specifically referenced in legislation.
And what does it specifically say? It says that,
I don't remember right now, but I remember that was a particular point. We can go back and look at it.
Steve, do you remember this?
Yeah, it says that she has the right to disapprove any out-of-state travel.
But the phrase is disapprove.
Correct.
Right? So I'm just saying the onus is on us to make a decision, and we shouldn't. I don't think we should shy away from that. And she can say no. She can disapprove that. We are the elected body, and she has authority to say no. I think our collective judgment should mean something. I think we should say, okay, this is what we think it's important, and we could say to her, this is why we think it's important. She could still say no. Willa?
To that, I would only add that we as a board do not have a long history of abusing out-of-state travel. And the fact that the state legislature chose to put that in the law really shows how little they understood the real problem.
I mean, you're right, we got issues, but I don't think travel was ever one of our issues. Really, it wasn't. I think if you look at that legislation, it was a holdover from another similar piece of legislation involving a separate district.
But I think we did have one board member who it looked like they traveled 40% of the time. And I think that in the way in which I would support that is because the board member was new and in learning mode. In fact, I gave the board member my funding, because she was, it was a learning curve. She was learning.
But that was one instance out of how many years we've been,
Yep.
I mean, so I don't know if this is what you meant, Dr. John. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. I don't. It hasn't been a problem in the past. We've exercised pretty decent judgment, and I think we should just make the decision. And, we can always talk to her too if you wanted to in advance. But we would have to make the decision as a group. But anyway, I like how this is laid out. Does anybody have any problem with how it's laid out? We don't have to vote on it, do we, Steve?
Just make it present.
Consensus. We just did.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess why not vote on it? At least memorialize it. Otherwise, it's not memorialized.
In the form of a resolution or just a
Well, it's
vote?
currently before you. I mean, you can make a motion to adopt option number, whatever you picked, and, that's, I think that's the best way to memorialize it, at least.
Okay, all right.
As Commissioner LeBron's pointed out, this decision was virtually made in 2018. I don't remember it, but if we can't find it in the minutes, it doesn't do us any good.
You're gonna find it in the minutes. I said Google was free.
This was done when Shanae was here.
Right.
This was done when Shanae was here. All right, so there is a motion to advance proposal number equals split the money out of the district travel, line number 7 on the PowerPoint. Is there all those in favor of supporting that particular proposal?
Wait, need a second.
I don't have a page on this thing. What's that?
No, that's fine. I just need someone to do the motion and the
I'll
second.
do the motion.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, because you said I was in favor.
I'm calling for a motion.
All right.
Okay.
I'm calling for a motion to support the equal split, the out-of-district travel line 7 ways. That's what it's.
Motion.
Okay, Commissioner LeBron has made the motion, second by Commissioner Powell. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it has been formally adopted. You got one more thing to discuss with us, board goals.
Yes, I do. So this one, we can revisit more holistically in lieu of Commissioner Malloy being absent, but the proposal that she had put forward is that we roll over the board goals for from 2020-21 to 2021-22, and then in the next governance committee to look at the metrics, because based on the retreat, persons did not seem to have a problem with the current board goals, but the way that the board achieved those goals was under some discussion. And considering that she's not here to have the discussion, we just roll over the goals and then address the metrics in the November governance meeting. So that would at least give the superintendent opportunity to work towards board goals in the meantime. So that's the proposal on the table.
One, I don't even understand the proposal, because why would the superintendent work on the board goals?
Well, no, she has to develop her own superintendent's goals, but she draws that from the board's goals in order to develop hers for the year. So right now, there's no direction for 21-22. So
Okay.
That's why there needs to be some
And then just for
guidance.
clarification, why we didn't do this before now? Like, why wouldn't we have had the superintendent's goals before and not have our goals aligned with the fiscal year? I'm just confused about that.
Because mine are contingent. I always align mine. If you remember from last year, I made very specific correlations for every single goal I connected it to one or more board goals. So I mean, if the board rolls theirs over, I can roll mine over, but they're symbiotic. They go hand in hand.
You need
I
ours
need
first.
yours.
Yeah, but I guess I'm wondering why we as a board then didn't align our goal setting with the financial, the financial year, which starts July 1st. I'm getting exhausted.
So this conversation has been rolled over and rolled over and
It has.
rolled over. We have not addressed it. It was supposed to be completed in the board retreat. It was not. And so we need to get a move on it, considering it is September. But there was an attempt to try and get this resolved well ahead of the school year starting.
All right, I just got to put it out there, because I just feel like by May, like that should be the month that we are finalizing the board goals, and I don't know how we do that as a board, but by May, so that by July 1st, the new fiscal year, things are kind of aligned both from the board end and the superintendent's end, and then we know how we're moving forward. And it gives us time to really start letting our community and our schools know if we're discussing it in July, August, September, that what they're coming into that school year too.
The only thing with that is you do want to have a little bit of data to inform that decision, and you don't really have, you have some initial data in like late July, beginning of August. That's the only thing. If you do it in May, you don't have Regents exams, you don't have 3 through 8 testing, if those are things that you want to focus on, that we want to focus on collectively.
And the other
That's
piece
all.
is that the evaluation for the superintendent and the board does not take place until July as well. So it kind of, in terms of assessing what happened with the previous
Right.
year, in order to then establish what
Inform.
the goals are for the next year. We set it up for August, but it just did not take place in August, and then the August governance meeting did not happen, and then the September governance meeting did not happen, so we are behind the 8 ball here.
But they're not happening not because this board is canceling them. Like the chair canceled the meeting on the board. So that's, I think we need to acknowledge that we've had 2 meetings canceled around governance, and now here we are. I'm getting tired. I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to quiet myself down today. 'Cause it's late.
So this is what I suggest. The next board governance meeting isn't until when?
It's November.
It's November.
Yes.
So we don't want to wait that long. Is there an available meeting where we could add this on? I know Tuesday was a non-meeting day. We don't want to do that if we don't have to. Can you know our calendar better than most. Kai, is there a date where we could put this on? Because part of the thing is, we don't even have the goals in front of us right now.
Well, I have them pulled up. They are on the website.
Okay, all right. Let me
Yeah,
just
but
say,
they're not linked.
and I whispered this to the superintendent, it is now 10 minutes to 11. I think my weary eyes can see that. This is not the time to be having a discussion about goals, because we're not going to give it our full attention. So do you have a date where,
So that is a challenge. I will say that the month of October is an extremely busy month for the board. Audit and policy meets on October 5th, and both have very heavy agendas. Then ESA in October, Commissioner, Vice President Elliott will tell you that that meeting is going to be extremely heavy as well, which is why governance was moved to November and not October, because things are, there's also I can put it on finance,
when is that?
Commissioner LeBron. Finance is, I do have an agenda draft for finance, and that already has 6 items on it already as well. So I'm trying to be cognizant of timing.
So, I mean, if you dissect those two agendas, finance and ESA.
Finance, ESA, policy, audit.
Now, ESA, Vice President Elliott or Kaya, what is on? Is there anything that could be, because this is an ESA topic, no doubt.
Yeah, but can we do this? I'm thinking about we doing it, the board retreat on the Saturday. Then we're fresh, you know, we can have, you know, good conversation about it.
If you, what's that, Commissioner Adams? What about the audit?
The audit meeting, I did have a conversation with Anissa about that, and Commissioner Clark, I know that they have visitors coming in. They're gonna start talking about the annual, I don't wanna call it the name, because they did change the name, with the annual audit review. Yeah.
Well, you know, people, myself included, are like, oh, no, not Tuesday. But if that Tuesday is open, this can't be put off any longer. We have to grab the bull by the horns, and we have to get at this, because a lot of the dominoes fall based on whether we do this or not. So, you know, I don't know that we have any choice but Tuesday. It doesn't have to be like for 5 hours.
So what's wrong with Saturday?
I don't know, Vice President says, what's wrong with Saturday? Yeah.
Vice President Elliott, can I just say, there's also the alternative of doing it over Zoom on a different evening, because it is a board retreat, and we're talking about we can't do it over Zoom for a board retreat?
You can do it over Zoom, it's not a retreat item. You need to have an actual open meeting, but you do have the Zoom option available, that's legal now.
So I would, recommend Zoom then. I'm okay with anything I say in private, I'm always okay saying in public, that's one. But 2, the other option I'd like to suggest is perhaps breaking up in groups of 3 and 2 to look at those goals, and then perhaps funneling whatever conversations are had between 2 and 3 board members back to the board clerk, who can compile everything. And then when we do come back together on a Tuesday, taking a few minutes to go over that information, she can email us that information, right? If she's compiled it, if she's compiled feedback from teams of 2 and 3, can she then submit that to the board for us to have public discussion about?
Well, not really. What you're doing is forming committees, and under the open meetings law, we were calling it, a subcommittee does need to be open meeting if it's a directed subcommittee for a specific topic, because you're still deliberating.
Okay.
It's not just informational, it's deliberation. So you're really better off we just got to, we got to go through it. And if you want to do it via Zoom, because it's a little bit more comfortable and takes some strain off the staff, that's great. If you want to do it in person, that's fine, but it does need to be done in an open meeting.
So does anybody have any objection to doing it via Zoom? Because that is easier.
I can do it via Zoom, but I really like the interaction.
Okay, so second thing is, does everybody want to do it via Zoom? I do. It just would be easier. I don't have to leave whatever I'm doing. Okay, so we're going to do it by Zoom. The next question is, let's keep it simple. Tuesday, that free Tuesday, or on a Saturday? Commissioner Powell?
Tuesday, I have Saturday things coming up.
Commissioner Adams? I agree. I'd go with Tuesday. Vice President Elliott?
What time on Tuesday?
We can pick a time, because the whole Tuesday.
Whatever time.
We're talking about next Tuesday?
That the date that's
The
open?
5th Tuesday? Is that what we're talking
It would
about?
be, yeah, it would be to utilize the free Tuesday.
And so Tuesday, Tuesday? 5?
I'll do Tuesday or Saturday, but I was gonna Zoom in next Tuesday anyway, because I'm out of town.
Yeah, so Tuesday, Zoom, 5, anybody got any problem with 5:30? 5:30? Everybody good with 5:30 on Tuesday? You say Commissioner Rod suggests 4 o'clock. Anybody have any problem with 4 o'clock? I have to look.
I gotta look.
Yeah, hold on, let me, oh, my phone is dead.
I just want to highlight, we will not be able to stream it live if we do it Tuesday, just to let you know. I know that we don't have tech support for it. So I can do a post,
Then you
a
can't do it?
video and then post.
And you can't do it. It's gotta be streamed. It's open to the public.
Yeah, yeah. The
So,
Zoom,
so,
Or you could come in
you can't do
person.
Tuesday at all?
On Tuesday.
Because you don't have the staff?
it's
Not
a
as
staffing
Zoom-
issue.
Not as a Zoom call. We could probably come in.
Yeah, but can't.
So right now,
Tom-
we only have Tom who provides that support, and he is off on Tuesday.
So there is, just, excuse me for my ignorance, but there's no way to broadcast live via Zoom and put it out on Facebook Live or something like that? Do we need a technical person to do that?
Yes. Yes, you do. Or you can meet in person and have the open meetings without having a Facebook Live transmission, because then you're still following open meetings law.
But does Zoom give us the capability of telling people the meeting is going to be on Zoom and here's the address?
No, because you're not allowing people to come into Zoom. You are transmitting the Zoom meeting via Facebook Live or YouTube.
A person can't just sign on to Zoom?
No.
Then,
The security issues related with
But
that.
if they don't let them in to speak,
then they're in the waiting room and they're not,
Then they're in the
then it's
waiting
not an
room.
open,
They're what?
then it's not an open meeting because they're just in the waiting room. They can't see what's going on in the room.
so there's no way with Zoom where you can click in and just watch what's going on, but be prevented by the moderator from speaking? I thought you could.
I don't know.
Sure, I think you can. I've been in Zoom meetings where I'm not able to say anything, but I can watch.
You're probably in a webinar.
No, Zoom.
Yes, but Zoom webinar. You're in a Zoom.
We don't
webinar.
have that application?
We do. I would need to confer with communications on that. We haven't utilized the webinar format because there's several features that don't fit the board meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the issue is that we could potentially just put out a link to everyone.
That's right.
But it won't be a live stream.
It won't be a live stream,
It will not
and-
be live streamed in our usual platforms.
So,
We run the risk of getting Zoom bombed, which was what was happening to us in the beginning.
I want
If
to
we just have an open wide link like that.
all right, so.
The legislation says it has to be live streamed. So even the Zoom, I just want to say, the Zoom is not an option because Zoom does not allow live streaming. It has to be live streamed. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So
you can do live stream on Zoom, absolutely. But listen, figure out what the technology is. We'll reserve Tuesday, and if in the end we can't do it via Zoom or the digital platform, we'll just meet here, because we won't have any choice. I think everybody would prefer that it be by Zoom platform, but we don't have the staff, and maybe the technology doesn't allow us to do it via Zoom.
Be here, I'm gonna be in New York City.
Well, but you could Zoom it,
I can Zoom it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't have any choice. Everybody agreed that Tuesday was the best day to do it as opposed to a Saturday. We may not be able to, it seems like we won't have the staff to do it Tuesday. Sounds like you're saying the technology, Zoom doesn't allow us to do it live stream. If that is in fact the case, you'll send out an email that says, hey, listen, we're all gonna have to be here except Beatrice, who's gonna participate via Zoom. I mean, right? We don't have any choice.
Ask though, I know you're saying we don't have another choice, but if it is in fact a staffing issue, because this was not a planned meeting, is there an alternative day, Kalia, that you can check where staff would be available for us to properly live stream it, or alternatively be here and live stream it? I still want that conversation recorded, so regardless if we're here physically, I want a record of it beyond minutes. So it doesn't even need to be live streamed if it's here, it can be recorded and posted later, and I say that to say, what about the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 11th? Because I know we try to stick to Tuesdays. That was a big push for me for us to be on. Remember, we used to be in here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday sometimes. But is there, and Saturdays too, is there an alternative day? And maybe it's not next week, maybe it's the 11th or the 13th that you think you can like work out with staff when?
The 11th is Columbus Day, we're closed.
11th is
Or
Columbus Day.
whatever we're calling it now, Indigenous people.
Indigenous people, thank you. I was like, I do not recognize that man, but thank you.
So Kaya, what would be required if I was trying to get something accomplished while we were here so that we could, go away knowing that that was going to be date. My phone is dead, and I don't know what other people's commitments are. If we're going to do that here and now, but I just think Tuesday is the natural day. It's a date that we set aside.
We may not have staff.
If you don't want to make that decision today, Kaya will have to do some kind of survey monkey, and that's fine. I just was trying to get the decision done today.
And I appreciate that, President White. I really do, and I say that wholeheartedly. The only concern I have is that because we were not planning to have the meeting on the 5th, and we have this issue around visibility and making sure the community understands the goals that we're talking about, I also don't want to force staff in who perhaps already had the time off to spend with their families or do what they do, to force them to come in because we're planning last minute after we had our chairs canceled twice. I just don't want to operate that way. So for me, if I would be willing to Zoom in, I'll be back. Hopefully right by the 4th, so I just looked at the date, it's gonna be the 5th? No, I don't even know. But I know, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I just want us to like survey monkey and look at other alternative dates. I don't wanna force staff to come in on a day that they were not prepared to come in.
Well,
I will look at dates and I will provide an option to the board in the morning.
Is that what people want to do? Do you want to survey or do you want to pick? I don't care.
Survey.
Working all right for me.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Not working for staff, and the staff were not prepared to come in, and I just want us to be mindful that it is not the staff's fault that we're in this situation. So I hear you all. It's also equally important that the community hears and live streams and hears what this board is talking about in terms of goals for itself and the superintendent.
You want it recorded or something. But don't act as if somebody else is being inconsiderate of the staff. Staff ain't putting in no more time than me. I'm putting in all kind of time, man. I'm trying to get this done and over with, man. For real, I'm like overloaded. So if there's a staff member that's more overloaded than me, introduce that one person to me. 'Cause I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I'm not being inconsiderate of this. We just need to get some stuff done, man. And we should be putting all the best, I believe.
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
I'm tired too.
I'm tired too, but Commissioner Adams, with all due respect, like if I had a day off and I was working for this board and then this board decided after 2 meetings that their chair canceled, we had plenty of opportunities before that. We had 2 meetings that were canceled that were allocated to have this discussion. And I had the day off to spend with my family and I'm being forced to come in. This isn't about, I'm overloaded too. This has nothing to do with my caseload. I'm saying, like, we should not put that burden. And also, it's equally important for this community to hear what goals this board is studying for itself and the superintendent. And yeah, it's not going to be live streamed. I do want record of it. I will not accept just having minutes of it. But that still requires staff to come in and do that work.
President White, I would say we should go ahead and let staff do the survey, and we'll pick that day.
So we really are kind of split. I don't know what Vice President Elliott was going to say, but let's leave Tuesday as an option. Do the survey, find out what people are available to do, and we'll hear from you shortly. The only requirement is that this happens sooner than later. We all agree this needs to get done. All right, so you'll work that out and let us know?
Yep, I'll have an option in the morning.
Because it is late and we need to let folks get home and get some rest. Okay, I think that was it, Madam Clerk, right? We didn't have anything else on the agenda except the survey.
Except the survey, and the
All right.
survey is there if folks want to do it.
Everybody turn your attention back to your computers. Hopefully they're still on. And we can do our survey.
You might need to refresh. Unfortunately, my system went down, so I think that, and I think because we were talking, there was no movement for some time, so you might need to refresh your page.
I got mine. Thumbs up. For those of you who would incredibly still be watching at home, we do a survey at the end of every meeting to determine how we did on a number of different things, like start time, covering the materials that were intended to be covered. Did we have an impact on student lives? Those types of questions. About 10 of them. End time. If everybody, hold on 1 second, so we haven't adjourned the meeting. Do you have all the results?
Once, let me do 1 second.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. Is there a motion?
Motion.
It's been moved by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner LeBron to adjourn. All those in favor of adjourning indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, don't even try. Good night, everybody. Be safe.